Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it.
dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Monday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. We're ready to start another week. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on this Monday morning edition, we'll tell you what happened with our bets over the weekend. Aaron Rodgers in the Revenge Bowl last night in the Steel City. In 20 minutes, some massive college football news dropping last night with Brian Kelly gone from LSU. We will also name our Monday MVP and get you ready for Monday Night Football. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I feel like once the weather gets cold, all I do is think about like warm foods. So I'm going to try to stay dialed into sports today, but we are making chili later today, and I'm very excited about it.
What kind of chili? You already got me on board with this. What's going on? Is this Chelsea's old school, olden style Nashville chili? Is this the old Hendersonville cookbook passed along from generation to generation? Do you have your own special blend?
No, my mom was not a cook. So, like, my mom worked all the time. So, like, we had a lot of TV dinners. So, I didn't really start eating chili until, like, a few years ago. Okay. So, like, we have this friend that has a Halloween party every single year, and they always make chili. And to me, for the longest time, I didn't like foods unless I could tell, like, what was in it. Like, I don't want to eat casseroles. I don't want to eat stuff that just looks like mush. So for the longest time, I held out. I was like, chili, that looks gross. But I tried it a few years ago. I was like, wow, that's actually really good. So it's one of those foods that I found later in life. So now I am appreciating it.
Oh, that's a funny thing to find late in life, or later in life, not late in life, like you're in deathbed. Give Chelsea her chili. She loves her chili. That's cool. I mean, I'm from Texas, so I love chili. And you're right. In the fall, like a good big pot of chili is delicious because you can put anything on it, and also it'll last you for days.
Yeah. Do you have any food like that where you didn't try it for the longest time, or you didn't like it for the longest time? Because I was also like that with Brussels sprouts. Because like think about when you're a kid, Brussels sprouts is like the number one on like your enemies. You're like, I don't want Brussels sprouts. But as I got older, like that's one of my favorite sides.
Yeah. Well, because they cook it differently. Now they char it a little bit and it's crispy. Bacon? And they'll have, and they'll put bacon in it and it's totally different. When you were a kid, it was, hey, here's some Brussels sprouts. They're not cooked that much. They're a little raw. And maybe you could put some cheese on them, but they're going to be bad, but you got to have them because they're good for you. And that was the only way they were cooked.
I remember we had those plates that kind of had like, I don't know how to describe it, but they had like a lip. And so I would put my veggies under that like lip. It looked like I ate my veggies until you took the plate and there was a circle of veggies.
The circle of veggies. I hear you, though. I kind of came around to Brussels sprouts late, so you're not alone there. You're also not alone in losing your bet over the weekend, but you had a great week, so I don't want to bury the lead here. Great week, just one bet that you lost. No big deal.
Yeah, and by what, 4 yards? Like, that's the worst, when you lose a prop bet by only a few yards. But I had Wan'Dale Robinson of the Giants over 51.5 receiving yards. He finished with 48. But I feel like the sabotage factor in this was that Jackson Dart is still not in like the circle of trust for like trustworthy quarterbacks in the props category. Because sometimes he doesn't even eclipse the 200-yard mark. And it certainly sucked that Cam Scattaboo left that game. That kind of, ruined the mood of just about everybody across the NFL. So it was a valiant effort by Wan'Dale Robinson, but we finished a few yards short, and that was an L for me.
All right, I took an L on the Dodgers on Friday, game 1 against the Blue Jays. Jays obviously won that game 11-4. Doctor was on the Dodgers run line, so 3 losses there. But for the week, Chelsea, you were pacing us 4-2-1. I went 2-6-1. Ready for a new week. The Doctor 2-3 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Also, if you're curious about our parlays, Dylan on paternity leave. His UFC 321 bets, 3-5. Double D's Degenerate Parlay, 3-4-1. And the squad parlay goes 2-3. How about what we saw last night in Pittsburgh with the Packers downing the Steelers 35-25. Packers laying 3. They were minus 155 on the money line. Total set at 45 and a hook. The overhits. Jordan Love spent 3 years learning everything he could from Aaron Rodgers, and it showed in the Steel City.
Pressure coming. He picked it up. Inside. Kraft's got it. At the 10. Kraft running away to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns.
Mike Tirico on NBC Sports. Kraft, yes, his second touchdown of the night. He makes 7 catches, 143 yards. Love goes 29 of 37, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. At one point, he completes 20 consecutive passes. The Packers erase an early 9-point deficit, and they win in Pittsburgh for the first time since 1970. All this time, I feel like we've been talking about the teams sort of rising, the cream rising in the NFL, and the Packers reminded us last night they should be right there.
Oh, absolutely. Because we've seen Jordan Love do this even in the postseason as well. He is no longer like one of the quote unquote young quarterbacks. And it does feel like he has full capability of doing what we saw last night when it comes to the pinpoint accuracy. And Jace, did you know that yesterday was National Tight Ends Day? They said this about 15 times on the broadcast. They would not shut up about it. I don't understand why this is the only position in football that gets their own day, but it was a big day for the tight ends. And Tucker Kraft, I think, had over 120 yards after the catch last night. So it wasn't just something where he was catching these deep passes. He was making the moves after with some of the footwork and, the fact that he is a big human being and hard to be tackled. So he certainly deserves his flowers on National Tight End Day.
I'll tell you one thing, though. He put on a one-man show last night. That 59-yard catch where Love is under pressure and there's a guy right on top of him, and he thought, you know what, I'm just going to throw it up. And that's normally what you do with a high-end receiver. You're just like, you know what, just throw it up and let this guy go get it. And Kraft got it and then grabs it and just muscles his way down the field. Whew, unbelievable. The Packers, Chelsea, here they are, 5-1-1. They lead the NFC North. The only other one-loss team in the National Football League is the Colts. And I feel like because of injuries and because of that tie, a tie is such a weird thing to have in the National Football League. It's rare, but it does happen. We saw it this season when Green Bay faced Dallas. But here they are, and now they're getting healthier. Christian Watson was back last night, and Love connected with 8 different receivers. That Packers offense looked awesome.
Oh, for sure. But I do think we need to talk about the Steelers' defense. What the hell is going on with a team that used to have the steel curtain? Now it feels like a shower curtain where it just feels like everything passes. Giving up 35 points. This is a defense that's making, I think, $165 million just on the defense. So this isn't a bunch of no-namers. This is a unit that's supposed to be one of the best in the AFC. And they just keep on giving up a bunch of points. And I understand that last night, Jordan Love was on one, Tucker Kraft was on one, but still, this is not a one-game sample size from the Steelers. They have given up, I think, over 350 yards passing to 3 quarterbacks in their last 4 games. Like, they got torched by Joe Flacco and the Bengals last time around. Gave up 33 points to them, which, Joe Flacco, crafty veteran. But still, I think they gave up, 350 yards to Carson Wentz, even though they did beat the Vikings and only gave up 21 points. But still, I feel like this defense is underachieving in a big way.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about the Steelers except that, you know what, I take that back. I do know what to think about the Steelers. Like, the Steelers they're who the Steelers are every year. And so they benefited from a really weak division. And Aaron Rodgers, I thought, by the way, was very good last night.
Right.
The Steelers as a team weren't very good. That defense was not great, but they just looked like that classic kind of overachieving Mike Tomlin team that's going to win some games, going to lose some games, and guess what? They're going to make the playoffs somehow, but they're not going to blow anyone away. They're right there like they always are, and I know Steelers fans are tired of hearing this, but the Steelers are just right there, and they've been there forever. Just sitting there. Not great, not terrible, and they're going to give you some good moments. They're going to give you some bad moments, but it's clear they're not an elite football team, whereas the Packers, you can see, whoa, if these guys play the right way, it's a team that can win it all.
Yeah, there's a reason why at one point in the season, the Packers were the favorites to win the NFC. Remember that? Yeah. I think it was like the first week of the season or something after they beat the brakes off the Lions. And I still feel like they do have that potential with this roster. But back to the Steelers, it almost feels like one of those teams that used to win the AFC South, where it's okay, the Texans won, but that division's terrible. It's
Right.
wild to say that about the AFC North, but it kind of fits the bill this year. So, like, somebody's going to have to win that division. So it still looks like the Steelers. I will say, like, as far as their record goes, they're still just fine. But it feels like they just have no answers on that defense. So I don't expect them to get better. But, the Packers, my goodness, do they look like a great team. And again, going back to Jordan Love, I feel like people don't really put him in that tier of, like, postseason quarterbacks who you trust.
Yeah.
But he belongs there. Like, the Packers have been in the postseason, it feels like several years in a row, and they've had some deep runs where, I think they've almost made it to, like, the NFC Championship game, or they've come very close. So this is a Jordan Love-led team that has experience, and they have high-end potential on the defense as well. So it would not shock me if come, January, we're talking about the Packers being one of the best teams in the NFC, because it does feel like they have the staying power.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I will say, when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, I will give him full credit, because God knows I have come off on Aaron plenty of times over the past couple of years. And I feel like some of that was deserved, because he would purposefully put himself in the forefront and say all these crazy things. But he was very gracious after this game. And he was saying how Jordan Love was outstanding, and he took on a lot of the responsibility, which is what quarterbacks do. But I certainly don't put this on Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we were talking about how the defense was not that great. Also, there were a lot of drop passes in this game. There were penalties. He was under pressure. He was sacked 3 different times. So the onus is on the quarterback to say, it's my fault, even when it's not necessarily his fault. But for a guy who's been so outspoken and willing to make headlines with whatever comes out of his mouth over the past 2-3 seasons, he's kind of quieted down this year and been, not that he hasn't always been a class act, but I think it's important to show grace in a circumstance where someone that you mentored is outplaying you, and he did that.
Right. And I think it was nice to see some of the relationships that he still has
Yeah.
with people from Green Bay. Like, he was hugging some of the photographers before the game, because I think we look at Aaron Rodgers as a prickly individual. But there are guys who have played with him and who have, shared a locker with him, have been, like, on the same, staff as him, that really like him. So, like, that does say something about his character. And, like, I don't know him personally. Maybe he's a great teammate. I don't know.
Right.
But I will say this. It was very unfair that Aaron Rodgers had to wear one of the worst uniforms I've ever seen in the NFL. Jenks, we got to talk about this. Did you see the uniforms last night? An atrocity.
Were not great. Every time the Steelers do this with these uniforms, which I love throwbacks, and I'm such a nerd. Like, I'm a huge uniform guy. I'm like, oh, look at this color scheme. This looks good. Or this old school logo. I'd go with that instead. Or these are so clean. And then I looked at the Steelers throwbacks. I was like, not good. They were gross. They just look gross.
It looks like a 12-year-old designed them on, like, Microsoft Paint. Like, those weird lines. Like, they didn't even make sense to me. So I don't know who designed these. I guess they're throwbacks, but, like, I don't know. They were really bad. I think the Steelers should just stick to their traditional uniforms, because those feel like throwbacks anyways.
Of course, Double D in the chat. Loved them. Absolutely loved them. I will say, I do appreciate kind of seeing how things looked back in the day. If you're going to do it, if you're going to wear the throwbacks, put on the leather helmets. Just go all in. Give us a real idea of how it was. No face mask, just the leather. I'm going to run over you. See, I got the football here. I'm going to take the pigskin right over there.
Oh, no. But they were just bad. They were just tough to look at. Like, we all know, like, the visual, appeal of watching a great uniform matchup. Like, I didn't even want to watch this one. I was like, should we switch to audio only? I don't really want to watch this, because the uniforms are just so bad. But at the end of the day, like, I do think Steelers fans are probably getting a little fidgety. I will say this. If you want to fire Mike Tomlin, we'll take him in Nashville for the Titans. But it does feel like he's been at the same level, it feels like, for, like, 15 years? It's like, first round playoffs. He's going to be over 500. It just feels like every year.
You'd take little Timmy, who's been balling out on Madden over the past 6 months at this point in Tennessee. Timmy, you got a real knack for the game. How do you feel about the NFL?
Thanks.
The real NFL. Oh,
We got boat raced by the Colts.
Yeah.
The team that I hate the most.
At least the Colts are good. Give you that. I'm trying. Coming up on the show, LSU moves on from Brian Kelly after Saturday's blowout loss. What is next for the Tigers? This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
In 20 minutes, the crew hands out their MVPs from the weekend in sports here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, LSU has lost 3 of 4 in the SEC, and now Brian Kelly on his way out of Baton Rouge. Can I just say for a second and be a little self-indulgent that was one hell of a comeback by the mighty Texas Longhorns over the weekend? Can I just say, look, Mississippi State is not a good team, but if you checked into that game at all, everyone and their dog was like, oh my God, this game's over. Like, Texas is going to be upset. I've watched a lot of thrilling comebacks. Double D, don't you do it. I came in here trying to be humble, and I can't do it because we found a way. Sark said it was a culture win. It's a culture. What's a culture win? Maybe we're not the best. Maybe. Hey, get well, Arch. You're going to be all right, buddy. Sorry about that head shake. You'll be all right. We came back. We found a way. We're not preseason number 1 anymore, but we're finding a way even over Mississippi State. Lordy, that was a roller coaster. I knew something special was happening when my phone started blowing up. It was like bling, 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 bling. I was like, oh, yep, it's happening. It's happening. That was a great weekend.
Well, because of that kick return or the punt return.
Yeah.
Like, that was something else. Because, like, I hadn't been watching the whole game. I had just turned it on. I was like, uh-oh, Texas is in trouble. And then that guy takes the punt back the entire way. And you're like, whoa, where did that come from? But, like, a culture win, Jenks? All right. Spin zone much? This was a team that was supposed to win the national championship. Well, and now you're hanging your hat on beating Mississippi State?
Hey, you don't make a comeback not seen in the SEC in 16 years unless you have a strong culture. Because what happens? Your team quits. You're down that much, the game is over. If you don't have a strong, cohesive culture, if you don't have guys who are willing to fight for one another, if you don't have guys who care about the head coach, who care about the program, you quit. And they did not quit. So I'm not saying Texas belongs up there with the best teams in the country. They don't. They don't. They're a top 20 team, I guess. For now, they keep winning. They keep finding ways. But the fact they didn't quit, that absolutely speaks to culture. Because, man, if you get down like that and your team isn't strong and you guys aren't playing for one another, it's over.
Well, I will say this. Even though they had that punt return, they still had to go to overtime and win it. Because, like, I had texted you. I was like, Texas is back. And then I was like, uh-oh, maybe I jinxed it. Because the game is not over, and you still have to win in overtime. So I think they do deserve some credit to not only have that momentum, but, like, the game had to go to overtime, and they still got the job done.
Yeah. Well, I'll take it. But, no, I don't think Texas is a top 10 team now. It's been Kentucky and Mississippi State. I think Vanderbilt might take it to us this weekend. But whatever. This is not a Texas football show. This is, however, a sports gambling and morning and SEC show, at least for this segment, because LSU has dropped Brian Kelly out yesterday after that loss to Texas A&M, 49-25. So LSU dropping to 5-3 on the season. And it wasn't just this loss, Chelsea. It was how LSU lost. If you looked at that box score, you're like, oh, my God, this game was not close. It was close at halftime. The Tigers led at halftime. And then A&M scores 35 consecutive points in the second half. When you lose like that in a night game at Death Valley and you're already under some heat, then I have to say this was surprising, but also not surprising.
Right, because I think Brian Kelly had it coming, and we all knew it. Because here's the thing, like, he's just not a likable person from the jump. Because I think now people are pointing this out, and they're saying, it's because he did that weird Southern accent. He never fit the culture down here. But at the end of the day, it's just simply because he's not winning. Like, I think maybe the hammer came down a little faster than it would have on some of these other guys that were more likable. But, like, think about these great head coaches that they've had, and, like, I say great, but, like, they've won national championships. They're not guys that you think of as, like, the best X's and O's guys. But, like, Les Miles and Coach O won national championships, but still got shown the door. So I think LSU is just one of those programs that it's just your expectations every single season are so high that when you come in and you lose 3 SEC games, that's it. That's the extent of the patience when it comes to these blue blood programs. So it was a litany of things that I think caused Brian Kelly to get fired. But at the end of the day, you got to win the games.
You just have to. And, it's interesting, coaches who are beloved just because they win, as opposed to coaches who are beloved because of who they are. Right. And Brian Kelly doesn't have that personality where you give him the benefit of the doubt because he's kind of warm and fuzzy. Like, Brian Kelly is an angry individual. He scares me. Every time I see him on the sideline, he's yelling at a referee or yelling at a member of the media. I'm like, God, this guy's a hothead, and terrifying. But when you're winning, that's okay. When you're not winning, it doesn't engender a lot of warm and fuzzies, and you don't give someone like that the benefit of the doubt, and you're gone quickly. And that's exactly what happened here. So, I don't know what's next for LSU, but they do have some big names to choose from. But this is college football now. This buyout is ridiculous. $53 million? They're negotiating it, reportedly. But if Brian Kelly wants to walk away with $53 million, he can.
It's wild to me how much money they're willing to fork over to have this guy just out of there. When you think about it, because somebody had mentioned this and I thought it was like an interesting talking point, was would you rather fire your head coach or save all that money and, I don't know, buy yourself a new roster? But here's the thing with Les Miles is that his roster was supposedly good. Like, this was one of the preseason favorites to win the national championship. Remember when people were making a case for Garrett Nussmeier to win the Heisman?
Yeah.
So maybe the talent wasn't enough, but $53 million is certainly a lot. And especially in a year where now we have all these high-profile head coaching openings, they're going to have to compete. They're going to have to pay a boatload of money if they want to get the candidate they want.
Yes, they are. I mean, A&M's on the hook for it. That's the irony here, is that A&M is still paying tens of millions of dollars to Jimbo Fisher. What was his buyout? Like 70-something million dollars. And then now you've got Brian Kelly, who's going to get at least $50 million, unless they negotiate it down. And who's responsible for that? Ultimately, in the end, Texas A&M. What do you think, Denton? I know you've been following this.
This story was hilarious to me because the way it happened is such an insight as to who Brian Kelly is, which is just not a fun person to be around. There was a meeting that took place where Scott Woodward, the athletic director, said, you need to let the offensive coordinator go. And Brian Kelly went viral on Saturday for screaming at the offensive coordinator for not doing a good job calling plays. So the athletic director said, you got to let him go. And Brian Kelly said, if I have to fire him, I'm going to fire the offensive line coach as well. And that resulted in a screaming match between the two sides that literally led to Brian Kelly leaving the building. And then the decision was made that it's, in fact, Brian Kelly who is going to be fired. And Scott Woodward is on the hook for just an insane amount of money. And now LSU is going to look into him, too, because that's $54 million. We know his track record with Jimbo Fisher for $78 million. Scott Woodward has made 2 coaching hirings in football, his last 2 of them, and it's been on the hook now for $130 million in buyout money.
Wow. That's great perspective.
That makes me feel better about myself. No
Do
matter
you want to
how
slide
bad
in here?
I am at
I'm
this
so
job.
tired. Do you want to get behind the mic, provide your perspective here for the next 15 minutes while I get some coffee?
I will dunk on Brian Kelly whenever, it is necessary to dunk on Brian Kelly. He stinks.
Well, here's what makes, I think, him very, very unlikable. He has a complete lack of accountability. It's never his fault, right? Like, he is the first to throw people under the bus. He's the first to scream at people. And I think that just makes him really unlikable. Like, if you lose a game, like, stand up and take it. Like, it's your fault. You're the head man in charge. That's why they're paying you a boatload of money. And here is the other, like, kind of interesting revenge angle in this game is that when Brian Kelly first got to town at LSU, he fired the longtime strength coach at LSU that everybody liked. So this strength coach now works for Texas A&M. And I was like, oh, that's kind of an interesting side angle. But they were asking the players about it at Texas A&M. They're like, yeah, we knew this was a big game for him. So clearly it was some sort of motivational angle. And it was nice to see, he kind of got the last laugh in this because this is what happens when you fire likable guys and you just kind of build up this standard of like, hey, I'm going to do everything so people hate me, including not take accountability. I'm going to fire all the likable people and try to fake the worst Southern accent you've ever heard. So, I don't think anybody's like sad for Brian Kelly right now, except for maybe his family.
Well, it's hard. Look, passion is passion. And when you lose something you're passionate about, it hurts. No question. And also, it helps a lot when you're getting more than $50 million. In addition to the money you've already made. And be like, this is so bad. You know what I want to do until I figure out what I want to do again? I just want to go sit on an island for a few years. Maybe I'll do that. In fact, I can't do that. That sounds great to me. All of a sudden your face is red just because of the sun, not because you're angry all the time. That's what Brian Kelly should do.
Start yelling at the sun.
Yeah. God, it's hot! The forecast said 98. It's freaking 102. Like, Brian, hey, you're on a beach. Just relax. You're on a beach.
I said pina colada, not margarita. Take this back. Like, imagine waiting on him. Like, I wonder if he's like this in other walks of life, because I understand, like, being a head coach in college football for one of these programs is an immense amount of pressure. So, like, I don't know if he's only like this when he's coaching football or if he's like this all the time. But here's the thing. I do think somebody's going to take him. Like, there is some program that'll probably take him, including, like, I'm one of those bottom feeder people. Like, I went to NC State. Like, we had him. Great. Yeah, we'll take him. So I don't know if they'll have to pay his buyout. I think a lot of it will be if he wants to go coach somewhere else. But yeah, I don't think anybody was shedding tears over the weekend.
Hey, I like your attitude. I'm a college football bottom feeder. I'll take Ryan Kelly, his second cousin, who has a college football fantasy team, and he's really talented. We'll take him. We'll take anybody. You could take Sark, maybe. Did you see that report over the weekend? Steve Sarkisian?
For the Titans, yeah.
Yeah, for the Titans. Not for your Wolfpack, but for your Titans. So this was interesting. Right before Texas rallied to beat Mississippi State in overtime, 45-38. Diana Rossini from The Athletic reported that Sark's reps have told people in the NFL he's open to jobs and interested in your Tennessee Titans. Well, after that incredible finish in Starkville, Sark was asked about that report, and he definitely had something to say.
I'd love to touch on this, so bear with me for a second, because it really pisses me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual, to the point of my agency and my agents have to put a statement out that they never have done. Historically, CAA, Jimmy Sexton, and Ed Manowitz have never do that. But I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. And I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional of that person to put that report out. And the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing for the media. And I respect what you guys do. I really do, and everybody else. But the fact that everybody ran that as truth is really embarrassing. Okay, so I've got a small circle when I make decisions on what I do and what I don't do, and nobody would speak on my behalf without me knowing. And so where that report came from, I'd love to talk to that person because it's absolutely ridiculous.
I love Sark. Got some work to do in the offensive play calling. Didn't do a great job in the portal when it comes to offensive linemen. But that is about as vehement as a denial as you can get, Chelsea. It's one thing to speak around a report like that, which we see guys do all the time, where they say, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that. We're focused on the next game. We're focused on getting better every week. And you're like, you didn't exactly deny that. That is a very strong denial. And he was upset about it, and I think rightfully so.
But the thing is, like, and this is not personal to Steve Sarkisian, is that we have seen coaches make very strong, disapproving remarks and say, I would never leave here. I would never do that. And then they leave. So I don't know, Jenks. Like, there's not a ton of loyalty when it comes to some of these coaches in college football. I'm not saying that he's going to go. I'm just saying that, like, it's kind of like a crying wolf situation. Right. Where it's like, this is unfair to talk about. And here's the other thing. Like, who is it? Diana Rossini? Like, she's not some nobody. Like, she's usually pretty dialed in from what I, know about her. I don't think she would throw this out with nothing. So I don't know where she got it. Maybe it is wrong. But I don't know, Jenks. We've seen this before where a coach is like, I would never leave college football. Next thing you know, Nick Saban goes to the NFL.
Well, that's true. I mean, right. I also think if we're talking about money, and money is certainly not a factor when it comes to Brian Kelly, Jimbo Fisher for going back, and with Sark. I mean, Sark makes a lot of money. He's getting paid $10.8 million a year to be at Texas. And remember, college pays more than the NFL. So only 10 coaches are getting paid at least $13 million or more in the National Football League. Unless Sark immediately jumps to the top 10, he'd probably be taking a pay cut. Depends on how much he really wants to work in the NFL. Coming up next, we'll tell you who won the weekend when we name our Monday MVP. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
There we go. Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, it's a Monday. Let's go. I'm Jake, she's Chelsea. Great to be with you. We are going to name a Monday MVP here very shortly. Chelsea, what'd you do this weekend besides think about chili? That's all I've been thinking about all show.
Thinking about chili.
Thinking about chili.
No, it was a busy weekend.
My story.
So we had the Fall Festival on Saturday, which is one of my favorite things, where they have like trunk or treat, they have dancing, they have all these little shops. So we did that Saturday morning, and then we went right into the neighbor boy had his birthday party. So like it was a full day of like children's activities. And then Sunday we didn't do too much, but here's the thing that I'm already regretting. So for Easton, the neighbor boy's birthday, we got him walkie-talkies. Because Blake and Easton lived next door to each other, because it felt like a good present.
Wow. You should hear the reaction in here. Denton's losing it. We're like, oh God, oof. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, because they're neighbors, and I was like, oh, this is cute. Like they can entertain themselves even when it's cold. Because normally you should see the setup in our backyard. It looks like the start of like a country song or like Dawson's Creek, where we have a fence. And they each have a chair on each side of the fence. And they go out there and they sit and talk. It's very cute. But, so I got them walkie-talkies. So most of yesterday was them talking on the walkie-talkies. And I don't know if you've heard like 5 to 7-year-olds speak.
Oh, man.
Or the conversations that they have. Boy, are they annoying. So that was my Sunday, was listening to, how do you make a tissue dance? You put a little boogie in it.
Oh, God.
That was it.
Oh, I'd love to be on a CB radio. I had walkie-talkies when I was younger, too, and they had like a Morse code button on it. And then we just drive our parents crazy because actually on the walkie-talkie, it listed like Morse code. And so you'd try to figure out how to say like SOS or help. And so imagine being a parent and you have two brothers with walkie-talkies in different rooms, and all you hear is beep, 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 beep. You're like, all right. And this goes on for like, an hour. Of course, we're trying to decode what it means. And if we're in the next room, nobody's in trouble at all. Oh, my God. I don't know how you do it. You're a good parent.
But they loved it so much. Because, think about it. At that age, you're still pretty far away from getting a cell phone. And I think when children have, any bit of independence, they really love it. So, she felt so cool that she could, sit there and talk to Easton on her walkie-talkie and feel like a big girl. So, I did like seeing her actually like it. But after, 35 minutes and then watching Jonathan Taylor score a touchdown, every time I looked up, it was kind of an irritating Sunday.
I can see that. I can see that. Boys, I'm going to need the jokes to stop via the walkie-talkies. Also, you're sitting 5 feet from one another. The fence doesn't make a difference. I mean, it does if you're on a walkie-talkie. That's the fun, right? I can't see you. I don't know where you are, even though you're right there. Well, all right. We got that walkie-talkie talk out of the way. Time to honor our best performances over the past couple of days.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
All right, time to look back at the performances that stand out over the weekend. I'm going to go with Haynes King, quarterback for Georgia Tech.
He fakes the pitch there, keeps it himself, and he has his quarterback FBS leading 11th rushing touchdown of the season.
Unbelievable. That call from ACC Network. He has more rushing touchdowns than any quarterback in college football. He goes 25 of 31, 304 yards, and was just all over the place. He is leading this Jackets team 8-0 for just the sixth time in school history. Also, for the first time since 1966, Georgia Tech, for most of its existence, at least in the football program, has been a doormat, but not this year because they're so well coached, and Haynes King has just been a guy who has done it all, going back to last season as well. So he is your Monday MVP.
Oh, look at you giving it to a former Aggie. I never thought I would see the day. Did he go to Texas A&M?
He did, yeah.
Oh, look at you, Jenks. You're maturing, finally.
I'm growing.
At age 50. All right, so for me, maybe I'm maturing as well because I'm giving it to a player on a team that I absolutely despise. We're going to go with Indianapolis Colts running back, Jonathan Taylor.
And it's Colts ball at the 20. Here's Jonathan Taylor on first down. Big hole. JT in the open field. Down the sideline. Staying in bounds. Still going. Taylor, the distance.
Oh, my goodness. Jonathan Taylor, that was an 80-yard touchdown run. One of his 3 touchdowns on the day. 153 yards rushing on the day on just 12 carries. So if you do the quick math, 12.8 yards per carry, and Jonathan Taylor is quickly becoming one of the front runners, in my opinion, for MVP. He's not just in the discussion, like he is a contender. Because look at his team. The Colts now sit at 7-1. They're scoring the most points per game of any offense in the NFL, and I feel like Jonathan Taylor, he has made the throws, and he deserves the credit. But I feel like most offenses are always complimentary. So when you can get the run game, like Jonathan Taylor has been getting this team going on the ground, it makes it so much easier on the quarterback. So Jonathan Taylor once was one of the best running backs in the NFL, and it feels like he has returned to that level. Jonathan Taylor, MVP of the weekend. I hate to see it. It felt like every time I looked up, he was scoring another touchdown. I kept thinking, oh, is this a replay of the touchdown that he just scored? No, it's a new one.
Oh, Chelsea there? You going back and forth? All right.
Oh, no.
There you go. There you are. I was worried a little bit. I never want to cut you off, but I was a little dicey there. All right, well done. Well done. Now we got to bring in that dog. Double D, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I am going with a running back as well. Breece Hall, New York Jets running back.
Down the stretch, Hall. Boy, thought about it, now tosses to the end zone, he's got Taylor for the Jets touchdown.
Breece Hall carries the ball 18 times for 133 yards with 2 touchdowns. He also went 1 for 1 with a touchdown pass, ladies and gentlemen, in the upset victory against the Bengals, 39-38, to give the Jets and Aaron Glenn their first win of the season.
Nice. D-Day.
That pass was crazy, by the way. He should not have thrown it, but he did anyway, and I loved it. I'm going to the diamond. I'm going Dodgers pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Popped up, left side. Yamamoto goes the distance again.
Key word in that highlight is again. This is the second time in this postseason that Yamamoto has had a complete game. Only this time it was in the World Series. It gives the Dodgers a 5-1 win of game number 2. He went 9 full innings, only allowing 4 hits, 1 run, and 8 strikeouts. I've never watched Basquiat paint. I've never watched Hans Zimmer compose music. But I feel like watching Yamamoto is watching a master at work, and it's the same thing as those other 2 guys. He is literally an artist when he's out there. He was fantastic, and he lifts the Dodgers. By the way, when the Dodgers lost game number 1, hammered them for the series. I hope everyone else did. Now they're massive favorites yet again. So Yamamoto was fantastic in game number 2.
Man, was he ever. He was tough. I almost put him in right after that performance. I was like, oh, there's your guy right there. Like, doing it once in the postseason is one thing. Doing it again in this moment is pretty remarkable. I think you convinced me.
Well, this was going to be my candidate, but I already saw it in the rundown. I was like,
right.
Denton already has custody of Yamamoto. Great. Nothing else matters here. Because here's the thing. Like, not only is he throwing complete games, which, mind you, are basically an endangered species. Like, Jenks, we talk about it's impressive if a pitcher goes 7 innings. This is the day and age in which pitchers go like 5+, and we're like, oh, great job. Now hand it over the bullpen. No, Yamamoto has done this all himself in back-to-back games at the 2 highest levels, the NLCS and the World Series. Like, this isn't a complete game shutty against, like, the Marlins in August. It's the World Series. So to do this and put his team on his back when the Dodgers needed a win, because remember, the Dodgers were winless. I know it was just one game, but still, this was a massive game for their momentum and a massive way to just, it was an absolute masterclass. He didn't even walk a guy.
I think that's it, too, which is, okay, fine, this is amazing, which I like how I dismiss it. Oh, fine, this is amazing. But to do it in a moment like that, where the Dodgers are down 0-1, like they had to have this. You know what I mean? They had to have this. So when you're talking about World Series, we're on the road. We lost game 1. We got hammered. This is a game we absolutely have to have. We're going to put the ball in your hands. We need you to get it done. And he doesn't just give us a quality start. No. He just goes the entire way. And plus, you rarely see this in Major League Baseball anyway. So it's even more special that it was done when the lights are the brightest and to do something that we rarely see. If someone pitches a complete game in the regular season, like we're like, oh, wow, this is old school baseball. Amazing. To do it here was truly special.
Right, in back-to-back starts.
Yeah.
Too, because this is usually like a betting angle, is usually if somebody goes a complete game or throws a no-hitter, that next game, you usually fade that guy because his arm's worn out. So it just showed a lot from Yamamoto there. And Dave Roberts, after the game, kept talking about how this is just kind of his DNA. When the moment is the biggest, his heart rate kind of slows down and he locks in. So this is what you want from your starting pitcher. I just think the only thing that sucks for the Dodgers is that this is probably the only game that we'll get to see him in the World Series. Because if he was the game 1 starter, maybe we'd get him another time. But who knows? We'll have to see.
We will. Lots of good choices there. Brees Hall was great. Haynes King. But yeah, the more I thought about Yoshi, the more I thought he should be the guy. So I think, yes, that's the guy. Go next on the show. The Chiefs are playing their best football of the season. Oh, great. Now our Commanders are coming to town. Perfect. We can't wait to go to Kansas City with a backup quarterback. We'll talk about that, the bets we like, props, all the good stuff next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. And as always, it is great to have you with us on a Monday morning. Thanks for waking up with us. We're coming right back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Your coffee and wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it.
Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time to get your week going. It's a Monday here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM, which means we have Monday Night Football. Maybe it won't be the closest of games, or that's what the odds makers are thinking. The Chiefs are 11.5-point home favorites against the Commanders, but maybe we can find some plays because, listen, when the game isn't close, that's when betting steps in. You're like, hey, let's make this game a little interesting. Then at 7:20, we go on to Game 3 of the World Series, which I think will be very interesting. Dodgers big favorites against the Blue Jays, but this series is tied at 1 game apiece, and we've counted out the Blue Jays before, and their bats have come through in a big way. We'll see what Max Scherzer can give us in deep breath. What could possibly be his final postseason game of his career. I'm hoping it's not the case, but we know Mad Max, is getting up there. He's getting a little long in the tooth. Does he have one more in him? We will see tonight against the Dodgers. All right, Jenks, vibe check for Commanders fans there in D.C. because, listen, you guys are coming off a great season where Jane Daniels led you guys, to an incredible turnaround of a franchise. But this year, it feels like there's been a lot of injuries. So I don't feel like it's one of those things where you're like, oh, well, the team's crumbling, as far as a franchise goes. It just feels like it's been kind of an unlucky season. How are fans feeling about this team?
Well, they don't feel great. There's no question about that. I think it's pretty understood, or it's pretty obvious that the magic that this team experienced last season, that's just not going to happen this year. And there's multiple reasons for that. Part of it is the injury bug. Jaden's not going to play tonight. Scary Terry is back for the first time in 4 weeks, but Debo was out last week. They've never had the full complement of receivers that they expected to have at the beginning of the season with Noah Brown now on IL. The defense, I think, is really the big storyline here, where they just haven't been able to stop anyone. And when Dan Quinn comes out and says everything is on the table and you're not quite sure what's going on schematically or what the issue is, when the head coach is saying we have to examine everything, it's not a great sign. So I think ultimately what's going on, if you're part of the fan base, is you're trying to push back that feeling that you got every year before last year, which is, oh my God, here we go again. Oh my God, here we go again. There's so much PTSD that is just sort of ingrained in this fan base because of the Dan Snyder era. I don't think that's where we are now, but it's just hard to push that aside because that's all many of these fans have known for 2 decades, really.
I also feel like even though it is a 1-year sample size, and you're right, like over the course of Commanders fans, 10-year window, it's been a lot of struggle. But I think when people have a team that's young and gets to a high level like the Commanders did last year, it's very easy to sit there and say, oh, well, we'll be back next year. We'll be back every single year. And it's just not the way the NFL works with all the injuries. And sometimes it's just bad luck. And sometimes you just don't execute to that level where you remember all the close games that the Commanders won last year. Sometimes those aren't going to go your way every single time. So it's one of those sad things where it's like, okay, you'd think, in Jaden Daniels' first year that, the sky would be the limit after this. You can't assume that the team is going to get better every single year.
No, you just can't. That's not really the way the NFL works. Now, did I think things were going to trend in a more positive direction than they have? Yeah, absolutely. I did not anticipate Jaden being out. I did not anticipate all the injuries at receiver. I thought the defense would be much improved, but now we're seeing that this is an older team and a team that does have some schematic issues, and I don't want to say it's going to be a lost season, but it's certainly not trending in the way that we thought. So there's still some hope there, but the Commanders are in a very precarious position, which is, do we try to make a move here and maybe make a run, or do we say this isn't really going the way we thought it was going to go? Maybe we should be sellers at the deadline. They have some decisions to make.
Yeah, we have some decisions to make when it comes to this game. So, Jenks, tonight, Commanders at the Chiefs tonight. Chiefs now 11-point favorites, total of 48. And I looked at this game for a long time from a prop standpoint. And honestly, this was a tough one for me to crack because usually I'm like, all right, I'll find some props. But it's tough to go against teams like the Chiefs for this reason. I feel like this is something you don't really think about on the surface, is that they're a team that can really control the time of possession. And as somebody who has bet on teams like against, like I was watching the Eagles game yesterday and I had, a player on the Giants side of the ball and Wan'Dale Robinson. It's just the Eagles just hold on to the ball. It's like, oh, another first down. And you think to yourself, oh my God, are they ever going to get the ball? So that kind of feels like the case, what I'm going to see from the Chiefs tonight, with the Chiefs offense trending the way that it is and the Commanders defense trending the way that it is. So from a side standpoint, I said, okay, maybe no props. Maybe we'll go with a side. 11 points, though. I feel like even when it's the worst team in the NFL, besides maybe my Titans, 11 points is a lot in the NFL. And remember, before, the blowout of the Raiders, the Chiefs were one of those teams that let a lot of teams kind of hang around. If you think over like the last 3 years, even when the Chiefs were winning Super Bowls, sometimes they let teams just kind of hang around. So I'm stuck on that one too. A total of 48. I can totally see the Chiefs scoring some points here. But their defense is really good, especially in the red zone. So I don't know how much the Commanders are going to score. I'm just running into all kinds of roadblocks when it comes to betting on this game. Did you find something that you particularly like?
Well, I do like the Commanders getting points here. I feel like this is your classic overreaction to what we've seen in just a week, right? So you saw the Chiefs blow out the Raiders. They're shutting out Vegas. They look incredible. They look like the Kansas City team that we saw form a dynasty and win Super Bowls. And then conversely, we saw the Commanders play their rivals in the Cowboys and couldn't do anything right. Now it was a blowout. Now it was ugly. And those were two very extreme outcomes, I feel like. And because of that, I think this number is way too big. Remember, last week on this show, this number was sitting at Kansas City minus 12.5. So this number has shortened 1.5 points in the last few days. So I think the Commanders are the right side. But for the reasons you mentioned that we were talking about with all the issues with Washington, it does make me worry a little bit. But at the end of the day, Marcus Mariota, who will start for Jaden Daniels tonight, is a very good backup quarterback as far as backup quarterbacks go. Deebo Samuel's back. Terry McLaurin is back. He will have more weapons than this team has had in recent weeks, and I think that is enough for the Commanders to keep it close. But yes, this is a tough one.
Yeah, it's not my favorite props-wise, because the problem with sometimes with these Chiefs props is that good quarterbacks are fully capable of spreading the ball around. Like, the best look for props in fantasy football is a quarterback who looks at one receiver or two receivers. We're like, hey, these are my dudes. And the Chiefs certainly have, like, some front runners for that. But, it's not going to shock me if it's, one of the three guys, where it's Rashee Rice, whether it's Xavier Worthy, whether it's Travis Kelce. And some of the numbers on some of these receivers are actually pretty low. And I thought to myself, okay, if we get in blowout potential, maybe the Chiefs aren't going to throw the ball. But Patrick Mahomes has been chucking it as far as like some of these attempts go. Because I saw his attempts in this, and I think it's like 34.5. And I was like, that's really high for a game that they're probably going to win pretty easily. But if you look at all the games this year, he's gone over this in every that one game against the Lions, and he still threw it 3 times. So I think just from a logic standpoint, you say, okay, that's what I would key in on is maybe some receivers for the Chiefs, simply because Patrick Mahomes is going to throw the ball quite a bit. So I think that's what I would lean towards, but I don't know. I don't really like anything there. I guess you could look towards anytime touchdowns if you think that the Chiefs are going to be scoring at will. But you know how I feel about anytime touchdown bets. Like, they're not my favorite.
Yeah.
I think Patrick Mahomes could be a good look. I think he's 3-1 to score a touchdown. Maybe you can find some value there. But Jenks, was there anything else that stood out to you when it comes to betting on this game?
The only thing I will say, I don't want to bet a total at all. I have no idea about the total. I do lean Commanders getting the points here. I got it, Yes, I put a sprinkle on it yesterday. 11.5. Sure. Why not? The prop I do like, and we've seen this number go up in a big way, is the rushing yardage total for Marcus Mariota. He can run. It's just that when you think of Jaden Daniels, he's a superior runner, but he's a superior runner compared to most any quarterback in pro football. But Marcus can run, and I feel like when you think about the Chiefs' defense and how much they like to blitz, because that's what Spags does, right? He's going to put pressure on you, pressure on you, pressure on you. Marcus can run, and I think there's going to be a chance for him to get out of the pocket and gobble up some yards here. So I'm going to try to find the right number, but I'm going to be on his rushing prop.
Yeah, it's 28.5 currently at BetMGM. Juicy over at -120. I think when you're talking about teams that are kind of, I don't want to say desperate, but like in the losing game script of whatever equation you're thinking about, that's usually when we see quarterbacks take off and run. Because think about it. If you're winning a game by like 3 touchdowns, your face of your franchise quarterback, like thinking about Patrick Mahomes, probably not going to risk it all for his rushing prop. But I will say this, Patrick Mahomes has averaged over 35 yards a game on the ground. His rushing prop tonight is 22.5, if anyone is interested in that. But again, I think game script could be the problem. But he has hit this in 3 straight games, 28, 32, and 60 rushing yards against the Jags. It should be noted that was a loss. So again, game script does matter here. But what do we think is going to be the takeaway from this game? Do you think after this game we're going to sit here and say the Chiefs look like the best team in the AFC? Or do you think it's one of those things where the Chiefs could revert back to the mean, where it's like, okay, here comes the inconsistency from the Chiefs, or they just barely squeak by? What do you think is the big story that we will be talking about tomorrow?
Well, I want to be wrong, but I feel like the story we're going to be talking about tomorrow is, man, Chiefs look like they could win the Super Bowl again. I want to be wrong. But the Chiefs have 2 things going for them. Number one is they're healthy, as we know. Like, once they got Rashee Rice, and I know it was against the Raiders, didn't that just elevate everything? Where they were just kind of middling and saying, just wait until Patrick gets his full complement of weapons back. First it was Xavier Worthy, then Rashee Rice, and then boom, it's just wheels up. Let's drive these dudes into the ground. And that's what they did. They looked incredible. And so also when you're the Chiefs, in a desperation spot when they had to have that win against the Lions, what happened? They looked dominant. They looked incredible. The Chiefs knew after that slow start, while most teams couldn't recover from that, they could. And not only did they recover, they looked as good as they have all season, and then they get that weapon back to take them to the next level. They look as good as they've looked all season, and I really don't expect that to change tonight.
Ho-hum.
I know.
Here come the Chiefs, just in time. I'm re-looking at some of these props, and I do think maybe you could make a case for Rashee Rice over his receptions, because when he returned to the Chiefs, I thought to myself, oh, you play, his receiving yards over. He got 10 targets in that game against the Raiders, but only had 42 yards. So I don't know how much of these routes he's going to be running where he's down the field, but I do think the catches are going to be there. So right now his receptions is set at 5.5, the over juiced at -150. I still think Patrick Mahomes is glad to have him back on the roster, and he's going to look his way a lot. And again, when you have a quarterback who's averaging like 35 attempts per game, you're going to get a lot of opportunity to get the receivers involved. Jenks, I want to ask you this about the Commanders receivers, because there is some volatility when you're trusting a backup quarterback, but the game script should be good for some of these receivers, and the fact that the Commanders might be playing from behind. What do we expect from Terry McLaurin tonight? Because obviously we know he has super high end potential, but he hasn't been exactly healthy. His number tonight is 43.5 receiving yards. Could you make a case for playing the over there, or do you say maybe you don't touch this one?
Doesn't it just seem low? That's the thing that gets me. I looked at that, I'm like, scary Terry? Now, I will say, before he got injured, he wasn't exactly super dynamic, and he signed that massive contract in the offseason, as we know. I will say the one thing that makes me feel better is if you watch the drills from earlier this week, he looks great. And he himself says, okay, I feel great. Because sometimes you'll see guys force themselves back and they're not quite 100%. Like, I absolutely don't think Deebo Samuel's 100%. He said out last week with his heel issue, he's just managing pain at this point. Terry had to get right. And watching him in drills, running these routes, he said, okay, once I could run routes and make these cuts, then all of a sudden I knew, okay, I can do this. I'm ready to go. So listening to him and watching him, it's not just a guy who's forcing himself back in the action early. This is a low number. Debo is banged up. I think Terry could be due for a breakout night, at least compared to what we've seen earlier this year.
Yeah, and I do think when you talk about backup quarterbacks, those are the quarterbacks more likely to throw to like the star receivers, because they're not trying to do too much. They're like, listen, we are throwing to the guys who get paid a lot of money. And it doesn't make me feel great that Debo Samuel is not 100%. So it feels like it's one of those two guys who's going to have at least some receiving yards because you're playing in a negative game script. So maybe it's going to be a big, scary Terry night, at least when it comes to receiving yards. Coming up next, Game 3 of the World Series. It should be a good one. Who has the edge? Mad Max in Toronto or Tyler Glasnow and the Dodgers? It's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Monday, October 27th. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite plays in Game 3 of the World Series between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. But Jenks, first, a very happy sports equinox to you. Did you know that all 4 major professional sports leagues are playing games tonight? This is something that we only experience usually in October because we have obviously the World Series and Major League Baseball going on. We have Monday Night Football. We have hockey's going on now, and the NBA, which I know we're still kind of looking at them with a suspicious eye. But we do have all 4 sports to be betting and to be watching tonight. So soak it in. There was once a time in our lives where, remember COVID, and we didn't have any sports, and they canceled March Madness. We're like, this is the worst. Well, now we are on the mountaintop, my friends. This is the absolute best.
Here's my impression of me during COVID. You ready? Man, there's no sports going on right now. This sucks. Huh. Oh,
this is the biggest story.
Oh, wait, hold on. My phone's ringing. Maybe it's a friend. It's my divorce lawyer. This just keeps getting worse. I could really use some sports right now. No. So it's great to have everything back. You know, it's awesome. Thank you for wishing me well on these sports equinox.
Yes, I knew you needed it. But it's crazy because I know a lot of people are super dialed into all these sports. I will say for me, it's mostly just the World Series and Monday Night Football. Like, that's, the pinnacle. Because, I'm not into hockey. Yeah. And again, do you have this feeling about the NBA right now that I think a lot of casual fans have? To where you're like, I'm kind of suspicious of you and your players. We'll see how this all turns out. And I understand, the top players in the sport are not, probably involved in any of this when it comes to, the gambling scandals and stuff. It just... I don't know. I see the promos and I kind of smirk a little bit, where they're trying to pump up the league and you're like, you're kind of burying the lead there, NBC.
Hey, listen, I'm looking forward to this NBA game tonight. Have you guys been playing poker before the game? I don't know. Can I trust you guys? I think ESPN is pumping it up too. I woke up this morning and my phone was just like,
they always do.
Cooper Flag arrives. Cooper Flag arrives. And I was like, okay. And it was a nice dunk. And it was just like it was nice. It was really good dunk. But it was like, oh my God, I got to see. This is one for the ages. But no, he just comes down the court and he dunks over, remember the Wizards. And okay. I was like, all right. But it's like, don't forget about us. Don't forget about us. The NBA, we like to dunk. And don't you worry about any sort of wagering.
Well, yeah, the ESPN is always pimping the NBA, though. I feel like it could be the biggest deal in the World Series, and it's just 2 little sentences. Ohtani has 3 home runs, and he struck out some people. But what's next for the Timberwolves? And it's the second day of the season. Come on. So that's the thing with the NBA for me is that I like the NBA. Yeah. It's just sometimes the regular season just doesn't have the same appeal to me. And I will say the first 2 games of the season, we had some great games. So maybe I'm a little off base there, but it just doesn't have the same gravity as these postseason games, obviously in the World Series, and even Monday Night Football games where in the NFL, we know each week holds a ton of weight.
Oh, yeah. And also when it's tough to, because it's early, it's super early. Yeah. I feel that way about the NBA all the time. And I know there's some hoop heads out here and I have a lot of friends who are super into basketball. And I totally get it because I love the NBA. But right now, my attention span can only go to so many areas, right? I'm like, we're in the middle of college football season. We're in the middle of the NFL. Hockey just got underway. There's all these tangential stories like the whole sports betting issues and the poker playing that we saw last week that just came to fruition. And then there's the World Series. So pardon me if I'm not all over, Hornets Wizards this early in the season. It's just going to take some time.
I think the funniest thing I saw when I was watching ESPN the other day is I think it was after the second game of the season and they put Golden State Warriors, 92% chance to reach the playoffs. I'm like, well, yeah, they've won their games. It's 2 games into the year, so like, let's pump the brakes on the playoff percentage. But we do have Game 3 of the World Series tonight, and I'm going to be locked and loaded for this, especially because if you're romantic about baseball at all, this has the storyline for you. Max Scherzer making a start for the Blue Jays, which a lot of people are speculating that this could be his last career start of somebody who has had a Hall of Fame career and the ultimate competitor. And we saw last time around he hadn't pitched in a month, and then he did the stare down to John Steiner's like, I'm not coming out of this damn game. So it's not going to shock me if we see another one of those. But if you look at the numbers, I think this is the tough part because both of us had our start in journalism. And now we're in betting. And journalism, you root for good stories. But in betting, you root for the numbers. And you're like, hey, what's something I can depend on that is backed up by data and stats? And I think that's the tough part of this game because, Jenks, I'm looking at these bets. And the one bet that stood out to me last night, I was looking at these. And this number has already changed. Max Scherzer outs recorded was set at 11.5. So the books are thinking, he's only going to go 4 innings? I understand that this Dodgers lineup is really tough. But, if you have the confidence in Max Scherzer to throw him out there, I think you're going to keep him in. And plus, he ain't coming out. So, if you are romantic again about baseball at all, you say, okay, Max Scherzer has 1 more left in him. He's going to be decent because last time around, it's not like he was lights out. He was absolutely battling. He walked 4 batters. He gave up a couple runs. But he did go 5 innings. And he gave the Blue Jays a chance to win, and they won that game. So, I don't know. I look at that bet, and I keep looking at it, and the juice has increased. It was minus 155 last night. Now it's minus 170. Over at BetMGM, it's already flipped to 12.5. So I do think a lot of this game hinges on what we expect and what we'll see from Max Scherzer.
I think it will, too. And this is one of those things. It's a good lesson in betting, which is you have to strip emotions out of your bet. And if you're going to bet on something, it's like betting on your favorite team, right? Can you really look at this subjectively, like truly through an objective lens? Being objective in betting when you care about a particular player or you care about your particular team is tough to do. And I say that because when it comes to Max, he's a Nationals legend, right? He led us to a World Series. He was incredible. He's an otherworldly competitor. He's so likable. He never wants to come out of games. You say Mad Max here in D.C., and people get jacked like, oh, Max Scherzer. I love Max Scherzer. And I love Max Scherzer. At the same time, he is, 41 now? And he was spectacular in his last appearance, but I just don't think this is a good spot for him. If you look at him on the road this season, Chelsea, he has an ERA of 5.91. And in night games, I know that's one of those things we don't generally focus on, night versus day. But we have enough of a sample size here during the World Series where at night he has an ERA of more than 6. And now he has to take on Tyler Glasnow, who has not lost a game since August 30th. He has allowed 1 run or less in 6 of his last 7, even though one of those appearances was in relief in the series against the Phillies. But I feel like the Dodgers are the right side here. I like Dodgers in the first 5.
Well, it feels like almost every metric says you shouldn't be trusting Max Scherzer here. Because, even no matter how you slice it, even for the regular season, he had a 5 ERA. So, there's very few, stats that backing Max Scherzer here, unless you're somebody who says, this is the postseason, regular seasons don't matter, and if anybody is seasoned in the postseason, it is Max Scherzer. This moment's not going to be too big for him. I don't see him, giving up a home run and be like, oh, darn, I'm going to, just pout. No, we saw it last game, that he's going to battle, he's going to stay in the game, and he's going to keep his head on straight, even if it's not his A-plus stuff. And this is what you get from veteran pitchers, is that they are good even when their stuff isn't working. And I think, that's the craftiness of some of these old guys, is they say, hey, this pitch isn't working, so we're going to go to this one. It's not going to be the prettiest outing, but we're going to get through it. So, in my heart of hearts, I want Max Scherzer to have a good start here. But like you said, all the numbers just kind of go against him here. And I will say this, Tyler Glasnow is probably not going to throw a complete game. I say that, but the Dodgers starting rotation has just been incredible. I also said that, Yamamoto's not going to throw back-to-back, complete games, is he? And then he does, but it hasn't really been the MO of Tyler Glasnow. He's probably going to give him 6 strong innings, but we have seen when the Blue Jays get to the Dodgers bullpen, they can absolutely score some runs like we saw in the first game. So this is still a very good Blue Jays lineup. And from a matchup standpoint, there are some Blue Jays starters that should be noted have good numbers against Tyler Glasnow. So if you're looking to play some player props, Vladdy Jr. has faced Tyler Glasnow a lot. 17 at-bats. He's hitting .353 with 4 walks, 1 home run, and 3 RBI. And we know how scorching hot Vladdy Jr. has been this postseason. So I think, that's a good sign when your best hitter in your lineup has good numbers against the opposing starter. Should be noted, George Springer is hitting .462 off Tyler Glasnow as well. And we know George Springer fully capable of going off in the postseason, and he's their leadoff guy. So I'm not saying that the Blue Jays don't stand a chance to score some runs. It's just I'm worried about Max Scherzer giving up a few here. So I don't know what to expect. But here's the thing, like the price you're going to pay for the Dodgers here. They are -200 on the money line, total of 8 runs here. I was looking at the Dodgers in the first 5. As much as it hurts my heart, first 5 run line is -125. Jenks, are you interested?
I found, what is the price that you found? I found -130 this morning on the first 5. What is the price you got?
I was looking, it was last night, so maybe it's changed, but first 5 run line -125. So it's in the ballpark.
Yeah, let's do that. I just feel like that the Dodgers are going to get off to a hot start here. And also it's a weird thing you can't quantify when you talk about a veteran who's been around for a long time. Like Max was not supposed to be good last time out against the Mariners, but he was because he's a veteran, and those guys who have been in that circumstance know how to sort of just summon the best of what they've had over the years in that moment. But I feel like that's tough to do in back-to-back outings at the age of 41. You know what I mean? In this spot, I just don't think it's a good spot for him, particularly with Glasnow pitching the way he's pitched.
Yeah, I just think it's one of those things where this Dodgers lineup is too good. And people have talked about this, is that the top of the Dodgers lineup has not even been that great. Yeah. And yet here the Dodgers stand in the World Series because they have other guys at the bottom of the lineup or, the middle of the lineup, guys like Will Smith and Max Muncy and Kike Hernandez, who are kind of picking up the slack because it's been a relatively quiet World Series and postseason for guys like Mookie Betts. I know Ohtani had that one great game, but overall it hasn't been a great postseason for him. So I don't know. What about a total in this game, Jenks? Obviously, this is very dependent on what we see from Max Scherzer. Once again, a total of 8 runs. Like, I think I'm leaning towards the over in this one because, like, we've seen it. Nobody's touching Yamamoto. Like, that's just one of those things. When he's pitching, good luck to whatever lineup. But as I mentioned, the Blue Jays hitters do have some batters that, number one, have faced Tyler Glasnow quite a bit, because that's the other thing. These Blue Jays batters had not seen very much of Yamamoto. So he also had that going for him, and plus he had otherworldly stuff going on that night. So I do think we see some runs scored from both sides of the coin. So I think if I was leaning one direction, it would be toward the over, but I don't know. I wish it was a 7.
I know.
But I think I'm still leaning towards the over.
I liked it yesterday when I was working on this show. I put the total as 0.5. And so I was like, let's go over here. I like there to be at least 1 run in this game. I'm like, okay, Michael, maybe you correct that. I would go under, actually. Just because if the numbers are telling you that Scherzer will not go long in this game, that means he probably gets a quick hook, which is understandable. And so then the Blue Jays go to their pen, and they have a pretty solid pen. I don't think the Blue Jays are going to let him just go and let him eat up innings in this game. So that tells you he won't go long. Then the Jays go to their pen. There's always a possibility that the Dodgers pen gets roughed up, which we saw in Game 1. But ultimately, I think Glasnow is the difference here. This feels like an under game to me.
I just think that the Dodgers bullpen can give up some runs. And again, we have some Blue Jays batters that have hit Tyler Glasnow pretty well. So that's one side of the equation. I think the Blue Jays can score some runs here. And then I do think that the Dodgers are fully capable of going off, which is wild that in the NLCS, it feels like we had very few of those games. Well, this is an all-star lineup, just Hall of Famers after Hall of Famers. And we don't see these like crooked numbers. Like the Blue Jays are actually averaging more runs per game this postseason than the Dodgers. So maybe we're due for one of those games from the Dodgers. I feel like this could be it.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. I also like the Dodgers on the run line. You know me, I'll look at Dodgers -1 if I can find that, but I feel like this could be one of those games where the Dodgers just take control of this series, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, LA's going to win this thing.
I just also rather trust Tyler Glass now than like whatever's coming in the bullpen.
Yeah,
so I think
fair.
first five's the way to go for me if you like the Dodgers. All right, coming up next, time to revisit some of the biggest headlines of the weekend, including Drake May, the prince that's promised in New England. We'll talk about his amazing performance next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. We're off. We're rolling. We're caffeinated. And we're about to have some big conversations on what happened over the weekend in the National Football League. Maybe it's an overreaction Monday, but listen for yourself and you can call it an overreaction if you believe that fits the bill. Because, Jenks, we're about to talk about what, I almost said Mac Jones, Drake May has been doing for the Patriots. But before we get in that discussion, I think we need to ask a question that is more all-encompassing in the fact that how long do you need to see consistency and great stats and great play from a young quarterback before you dub him like one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL? Because I feel like we have kind of seen this story before where we've seen a young quarterback have a stretch where he's looked really good, and then either he gets hurt or he fizzles out. Like we've seen this with like CJ Stroud, where, you know, he comes busting up into the league and looks amazing, and everybody says, oh man, look at the future of the Texans, and CJ Stroud is going to be one of those perennial contenders for MVP, and it just hasn't been the case. And I understand some of that is not his own fault. He's playing behind a terrible offensive line, but how much time do you think we need to give these quarterbacks before we like decide on like, hey, this is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL?
Well, that is one hell of a question. It's tough.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the most fascinating questions in the National Football League. It does not cease to amaze me because look at where we are, where you have a guy like CJ Stroud, for example, just gangbusters his rookie season, has maybe regressed somewhat. He doesn't have a great offensive line, gets sacked all the time, but still very good, not quite what we saw. Then you have someone like Drake May, who looks to be all-world. He looks like he is the next great quarterback in the National Football League, I think. But then you would have said that about Jaden Daniels last year. I still think he's there, but he's banged up. Then you have guys like Geno Smith, like Sam Darnold, like Baker Mayfield. They were left for dead. And now here they are being franchise quarterbacks, getting paid, being some of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Geno has dropped off. But all that is to say, it's really hard to say. You know, you think you know, and then in a season you don't. Playing quarterback in the National Football League is the hardest position on the planet. It's not close. That's why when you have 32 teams, there are not 32 great starting quarterbacks in the world for the NFL. So I think this question is so interesting because there's really no definitive answer. So when you ask about Drake May, I think he's the next great thing. He looks to be that way. But also, remember Mac Jones? You know, we were saying that about him at one time. I think Drake May is different. If you look at the numbers, if you look at what he's doing, I think he's different. At the same time, I'm always like, you just never know.
Right. I think there is a hesitancy there because we have seen this story so many other times.
Right.
And I do think it's crazy to me that like the quarterback position is dependent on so many other things. Like there was a great interview that Tom Brady had on the Colin Cowherd show where Colin came in with like this question that was very pointy. He was like, I have a hypothesis that quarterbacks deserve a year and a half. And Tom Brady was like, no, like that's not it. It's so dependent on the system. It's so dependent on the guys around him. Does he have somebody good to learn from? Do they have somebody who can go with a young quarterback into the film room and actually give him insight? Because this actual conversation was about Caleb Williams, and we know that he wasn't getting a whole lot of help his first season. So I think it was good that Tom Brady provided like some nuance to this conversation and that it's not a one-size-fits-all answer. And also like scheme matters, fit matters, the team around him matters. And so sometimes we see these quarterbacks who aren't drafted as high go to good teams and they sit and they wait behind, you know, a veteran quarterback. Like, well, look at what we saw from Jordan Love last night. And, you know, in his career where he has been a very good quarterback, but he had to sit and wait and watch, you know, Aaron Rodgers, and he had to sit around and, you know, take notes while some of these other guys are thrown into the mix their rookie season. And even though it's probably nice for them to say, hey, I get a chance right off the bat, sometimes it helps to wait and watch. So it's just, there are so many factors that depend on it. Then it's like the mental toughness that it takes to overcome adversity. Because like over the weekend, there was that great interview from Justin Fields where we talked about this last week, where sometimes I think it actually helps some of these quarterbacks in the long run to have some mettle and have some, experience with dealing with like haters, even from your own team and your own ownership, to make you stronger in the long run. Because how many reclamation stories have we seen? We've seen Daniel Jones, we've seen Sam Darnold, we've seen Baker Mayfield, to where it just feels like determining a great quarterback, I don't know. It is just such a tough thing.
Well, and also there are factors that are tough to account for. Like, what about scheme?
Right.
What about coaching? What about organization? Those things are massive. If you have an offensive coordinator that doesn't work well with you, then it can be a disaster. If you have an organization like the Jets, like, I'm not saying that Justin Fields is a top-tier quarterback. What I am saying is, historically, if you're going to play for the New York Jets at quarterback, you're going to have a much harder time succeeding than you would have, if you had been drafted or traded to a different organization. So that becomes a factor as well. And those are things you can't control, right? So sometimes you'll see a guy get away from a certain organization. You're like, oh, my God, look at this. This guy's so much better. It's like, yeah, he got out of a toxic environment, which can affect any person at any position in the National Football League. And that's something you can't really control as well. Sometimes a guy will leave and then they blossom into the person they were supposed to be because they got out of a situation that was not beneficial to their talents. And the thing is, we see this over and over and over in the NFL. Why? Because the bad teams are the bad teams, and they're always drafting these quarterbacks because they have the draft position. So it's just this vicious cycle again and again and again. It's like, you're a bad team, you draft a quarterback, he becomes bad, you discard him, and then you go through it again and again and over and over.
Yeah, are you just describing the Browns?
Essentially, yes. It's like, we're bad, we need a quarterback. We're bad, we need a quarterback. We're bad, we need a quarterback. It's like, yep, you're a Browns fan.
This year, we're going to have 5 quarterbacks on the roster. And we'll just kind of see how it goes. And then we're going to trade our best one to the Bengals. So,
right.
Nice job, Browns.
And that guy's going to be 50, like only the Browns.
Only the Browns. Sponsored by Dude Wipes. All right, Jenks. So this is a long roundabout way to get at our point of, hey, Drake May has been very, very good this year. 15 touchdowns to only 3 picks, over 200 or 2,000 yards passing already, 4th in the NFL. The Patriots are 6-2, and another dominant performance over the weekend over the Browns as the Patriots win 32-13. So can we trust Drake May moving forward? I think as bettors, that's the main question, is that can we trust this quarterback in the postseason? Can we trust him to be good week in, week out? And so far, I feel like there's a lot of ammo in the argument that says, hey, I think we can trust him.
I think there is. And if you just look at how he plays, it's not just winning. I know that some people don't believe that, if you just win, then that means you're a good quarterback. You can debate that all you want. But if you look at what he's doing, I mean, he's completing more than 75% of his passes. He has 15 touchdowns. He has 3 picks. But more than that, it's his deep ball. He throws an incredible deep ball. If there is a pass of 20 yards or more, he's completing those passes at a 75% clip or more. So not only are you completing passes at a high rate, you're going downfield. You're completing explosive plays. So that really is a metric that tells you that this guy is generating a ton of offense and not just sort of fooling the stat line, if you will. Because you can look at stats and say, oh, this guy had a great game. It's like, but did he perform in high leverage circumstances? Did he get it done on 3rd down? Is he able to throw it deep? Drake May is able to do that. And I think that's why so many people are excited about what they're seeing from him. Patriots are so much better than I anticipated, and he is largely the reason for that.
Yeah, the eye test still matters, at least in my opinion. Because, we talk about this, for stats and stuff, Kirk Cousins has statistically had some really great seasons, and he's made a lot of money. But, he can put up the same stat line as, Josh Allen. You're like, these two quarterbacks are not the same. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And so when you watch Drake May throw the football, you're like, wow. That's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Right.
So even if he's not completely consistent this year, and it should be noted that no matter how he finishes the year, he is still a young quarterback. And he can still get better. And he's still surrounded by a great team. So maybe he doesn't have to put up these great numbers week in and week out. He just has been. But also it feels like a time of like upheaval almost in the AFC, where maybe we'll be standing here at the end of January like, well, the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl again. But like other than the Chiefs, we have like the Colts, who really haven't proven it in the postseason. Like they've been great in the regular season. But like that's my question for the Patriots, is that I think it's really tough to go from like a bad or a middling team to a great team. But like it's even hard to go from that bad team to like a Super Bowl winning team. Like sometimes it takes more than a year. So I wonder if that's going to be this year for the Patriots, where they have a great regular season, but maybe they don't go that far in the postseason. But let me ask you, like, do you think this is a Patriots team that can make a run in the postseason?
I think they're coached really well. I think that's another thing that makes me pretty high on the Patriots to a point. But they're similar to the Commanders last year, right? Where they've got a quarterback playing out of his mind. Everyone's on the same page. They're winning at a rate which is much greater than we anticipated. But also, this was a team that won 4 games a year ago. And not to say you can't sort of make that jump. Washington did it last year. But when you do that, there tends to be sort of a step back that you have to make in the process. Like it's really hard to go from winning 4 games to winning it all or being a threat. And it does happen from time to time. But ultimately what happens is you sort of catch lightning in a bottle, and then the issues that you have become more obvious once you take on those top-tier teams like a Chiefs team or a Bills team or the Colts now at this point. And I kind of think that's what we'll see here. But at the same time, when you're well coached and you got a franchise quarterback and you have momentum and everyone's on the same page and the culture is right, you can beat a lot of teams. So I don't think they can make a deep run, but they're going to be a dangerous team to play.
Well, all that being said, like the Commanders did make it to the NFC Championship game. So I think you look at the Patriots right now, and there is still some betting value in New England at 14-1 to win the AFC. Because think about it. Like if they just make it there, you have one side of the coin at 14-1. And I think this is a really good team. And again, like some of these other teams really haven't proven it in the postseason either. So I do like the Patriots as a value play in the AFC. All right, got to get to break. Hour 3 is next. We'll relive all the big takeaways from Sunday Night Football next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
tips Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend. Wait for it.
dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You know what time it is, baby. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Good morning to you. Coming up in our final hour, it is the Aaron Rodgers revenge game in Pittsburgh. We will look back at Sunday Night Football, what happened last night between the Packers and the Steelers. In 20 minutes, we will focus on tonight with the Chiefs back in action, hosting our, and by our, I mean Denton and my Washington Commanders. We'll get to that game. Also, we have our best bets in 40 minutes. And welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you want to do that, it's easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, let's get right to it. And this was a fascinating matchup in the Steel City. It is the Packers who come out on top, downing the Steelers 35-25. Packers laying 3. They were minus 155 on the money line. Total set at 45 and a hook. The over hits. Jordan Love, as we know, 3 years studying under Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Now Aaron, quarterback for the Steelers. Love, quarterback in the Packers. And he was just brilliant last night.
Picked it up inside. Kraft's got it at the 10. Kraft running away to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns.
That is Mike Tirico on NBC Sports. Kraft with 2 touchdowns on the evening, as you heard. He makes 7 catches, 143 yards. Love goes 29 of 37, 360 yards, 3 scores, no picks. At one point between the end of the first half and the beginning of the second half, Love completes 20 consecutive passes. Packers erased an early 9-point deficit. They win in Pittsburgh for the first time since 1970. The Packers looked awesome.
Oh, yeah, they for sure did. And Jordan Love looked every bit of a quarterback that we expected, ever since we've seen flashes of it over the last few years. Somebody who has pinpoint accuracy and using his weapons to his advantage. Because I don't know if you heard, but last night was National Tight Ends Day, and Tucker Kraft certainly did that. Not only did he make the catches, he was fantastic after the catch. He had over 120 yards after the catch, was unstoppable with his footwork, with his physicality. And speaking of physicality, this is not the physicality that I expected from this Steelers defense this season. This was not supposed to be the weakest link on their team. But right now you're looking at Steelers defense has given up 30-plus points in 4 games this year. So as much as people want to make this game about the quarterbacks and Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers, I feel like the biggest takeaway for me is how bad the Steelers defense was.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would have bet the under in this game, and I would have been wrong because the Steelers defense didn't step up like it normally does. And isn't that what you expect from Pittsburgh? Isn't that what you expect from a Mike Tomlin coach team, is great defense? I mean, Jordan Love just kind of had his way with Pittsburgh all game long, particularly late in the game. I mean, 21 points for the Packers in the fourth quarter. I think more than anything, what surprised me is just Tucker Kraft running roughshod over the Steelers. When a guy gets hot, and you know he's going to be a weapon anyway, we've already seen that. Even when Love was throwing it up, that one play downfield where Love is under pressure, Steelers are blitzing, he throws it up, and then Kraft just brings it in and just manhandles defenders on his way down the field. That's not what we normally see from a Pittsburgh defense, but it speaks to how good Green Bay is and why this was really disappointing for the Steelers. Normally that D is rock solid.
Yeah, you think of like the steel curtain, and it's looking like the steel curtain rod, where you just kind of pull it back and like, all right, it wasn't that hard. Because now we're looking at, out of the last 4 games, the Steelers, 340 passing yards to 3 of those 4 teams. Like, it's wild, some of these numbers. And granted, I do think the Packers are one of the best teams in the NFC, so maybe get a pass there. But, they got sliced and diced by Joe Flacco, who, again, is a crafty veteran, but still, you shouldn't be giving up 340 yards and more to that team. And the craziest part is that the Steelers are not rebuilding on the defense. In fact, their 4 highest paid players on that roster, even more than Aaron Rodgers per year, or at least this year, are on the defense. These are big names: TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, Alex Highsmith, and Patrick Queen. These are guys that are supposed to be anchoring your defense. And instead, you're getting just boat raced in some of these games. So I know preseason, we probably would have pointed the finger and be like, okay, if the Steelers are losing games, it's probably going to be Aaron Rodgers' fault.
Right.
But it really isn't.
No, it's not. And this was not on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was very good in this game. 26 of 36, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. But especially in the second half, there were some drops. The Steelers could not convert on third downs. There were some untimely penalties. And good on Aaron for, of course, like any great veteran quarterback does, saying, I've got to play better. I've got to play better. It's really the defense and the fact that this offense was just sort of off a little bit in this game. But I thought Aaron Rodgers was very good. It's just he doesn't have the team around him that Jordan Love has around him in Green Bay, and Aaron knows that. But being a class act, which I can't believe I'm saying that about Aaron Rodgers. Oh my God, all the criticism I've given him. But he's going to say that. That's what great quarterbacks do. But ultimately, this really wasn't on him. It's easy to compare quarterbacks because of all the hype going into this game, but this is not on him.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Packers for a second.
Sure.
Do you think they're one of the top teams in the NFC? Because I think there was this kind of knee-jerk reaction after the first game of the season where people saw him put the beat down on the Lions, and immediately they jumped to the favorites to win the NFC. And I did think that was a little early for that. But now after we've seen, yesterday was good for the Eagles, I will give them that. But it does feel like the NFC, it's not the Eagles dominating everything. I do think the Packers certainly have a chance to win the NFC.
Oh, there's no question about it. If you look at the odds right now, the Packers are just behind the Lions. So Lions are 3-1, Packers are plus 350. Doesn't it feel like, and I don't want to speak for you, but doesn't it feel like the Packers over the past couple weeks just kind of got lost in the mix? Maybe it's because they've been off, or because they've been banged up, or they had that weird tie against the Cowboys. They only have one loss. One. Loss. The only other one-loss team in the NFL is the Colts. They're leading the division. The odds are telling you they're right there, and they are getting healthier. Christian Watson was back last night, and Jordan Love completed passes to 8 different receivers. I thought the Packers' defense did a nice job of stepping up late. The Packers were just gangbusters in that first week of the season when they shut down the Lions and everyone was on Green Bay. Then they falter a touch, and now here we are saying, oh, yeah, forgot about you, Green Bay. You're great.
It's funny how perception, I think, is shifted by what we see in primetime for some of these teams. Because I think a lot of people lost faith in the Packers when they tied with the Cowboys. Because, think about that game. That was supposed to be a Packers blowout. And they tied with them. That was supposed to be a revenge game. The Packers were the much better team. The Cowboys' defense is terrible. And yet, they don't get a win for that game. So I think a lot of us are kind of harboring some resentment, especially if you pick the Packers in Survivor, because that was a loss. And then you see what the Lions are doing. And it's just, I think it's very easy to fall in love with the Lions because of that offense and because how fast they are. You see Jahmyr Gibbs, he's just a flash on the screen. You're like, how do you stop that team? And I think that was the reservation at the start of the year was, okay, they have all these great offensive weapons, but can they still do it without Ben Johnson?
Right.
Now I think we know the answer to that question is absolutely. So it's funny how those teams where it's the highlights kind of matter and the eye test matters, and what you do in primetime also matters because those are the standalone games that all of us are watching.
Yeah, I think that's right. And you're spot on about Ben Johnson. How quickly did that narrative go away? That. And not to take anything away from Ben Johnson, I still think he is a stellar play caller, so he absolutely deserves all of his flowers, and he's, slowly moving the Bears along. Lost yesterday, but I think he's still the right call there. But that's what's so fascinating about the NFL, about how quickly things can change. Just from week to week to week. The Packers, all of a sudden I'm hot on the Packers again. But the NFC, isn't the NFC super interesting? Like the Lions are good, the Packers are good, the Eagles are good, the Rams are well coached. They can be winners on any given weekend. What about the Bucs? The Seahawks are interesting. Like this is a wide open conference right now. And you can make a case for a lot of different teams. And the odds are all scrunched up together because it's hard to find one team that is exponentially better than the other.
Well, I think it's tough for the Lions and the Packers because they're in the same division. So, like, that just automatically makes it a lot harder because obviously the pathway is easier when you win your division and you get some home field advantages throughout the postseason. But even if you zoom out, it feels like this way across the NFL. Like, it does feel like it's pretty much wide open for, like, not every team, but, like, there is a wide swath of teams I feel like could be contenders this year. And maybe our minds will be changed tonight when we watch the Chiefs. And you're like, no, that's the team. That's the team that's going to win. Because a lot of these teams that are putting out, like, good numbers, it's some teams that aren't necessarily postseason tested. And I will say that is something that goes in the pros list for the Packers, is that Jordan Love has been in the postseason. He's put up some good numbers. And the Packers have come really close. It's just, you know, over the past few years, we've had some really good teams in the NFC. Like, remember the days when, like, the Niners were unstoppable? So they had to beat some of those teams, and sometimes it didn't work out in their favor. But I do think the experience is certainly helpful for somebody like Jordan Love and the Packers.
Yeah, I think so as well. What's next for the Steelers? Do we care?
Just anything but those uniforms.
Ah, Dookie. Those were gross. Oh, my God.
Dookie.
Hey, gross. How do you watch this game? What is that? Where are these from? The 1800s? Well, no, but
maybe.
Gross. Maybe. Who made these? Someone's grandma in Pittsburgh? I do love throwbacks. Double D loves them, of course. Oh, from 1939, in case you're wondering. A long time ago. I kind of love that, though, when they go back. Because here's the thing. You don't want to gussy them up because they are ugly uniforms. Especially when they wear the ones, they didn't wear them last night. When the Steelers wear those uniforms with the stripes, like it looks like they just got out of jail. I was like, oh, these guys are right back on the football field after serving time.
They're bad, though. Like, I don't want to see them. Like, I want a visually, aesthetically pleasing matchup on my TV screen. And it's bad enough that I'm not a huge fan of, like, the black and yellow. Like, honestly, like, it reminds me of a bumblebee or something. So, like, the color scheme's already not great. Then you do, like, the Microsoft Paint, like, lines in random spots. It's just altogether, it's a no from me. But as far as, like, the Steelers and, like, what we expect from them this year, it's wild because it does feel like they have an easy pathway to the postseason just because the AFC North is so down this year. So even though they lost last night and the defense looks atrocious, you know, they're still 4-3. Like, this is still a season that is still very much salvageable. It's just how many chances are we going to give that defense before we're like, okay, maybe it's just this team was really good. Oh, maybe just Joe Flacco was amazing. Like, but those are the teams you're going to face in the postseason. So, like, this is the problem that has haunted the Steelers is that, yeah, they'll have a good regular season. They'll be over 500. But then they get boat raced in, like, the first game of the playoffs. And it just feels like, especially this year, and it's not even the offense's fault. Because usually it's like the offense is pedestrian, but the defense will keep them in it. Not this year. Defense ain't doing much.
Nah. If you're a Steelers fan, I wonder how you're feeling. Like, are you just exhausted that this is what you do every year? You know what I mean? I think there are a lot of Steelers fans out there who would say, I am willing to rebuild. I am willing to have a couple of down years. I mean, you always want to win. I get that. It's a National Football League. But I also think if you're a Pittsburgh fan, there are Steelers fans who are like, I'm willing to take a massive step back so that we can finally get out of purgatory. We can finally move forward and maybe make a serious run. Because as long as I can remember, and I know the Steelers won a Super Bowl under Mike Tomlin, but that was forever ago. They have not been a dynamic team that is a true threat in the playoffs. They're a team that is going to find a way to squeeze in and will say the same stats every year. Did you know Mike Tomlin has never had a losing record? Like, yes, you've heard that a billion times. And we're going to say it again this year. You're not going to believe that Mike Tomlin has not had a losing record with the Steelers and he'll make the play. It's like, yes, we know. Just like every year. And that's great. And it's a testament to how great he is as a head coach because he is a great head coach, and that is impossibly difficult to do. At the same time, they've been stuck in neutral for so long. At some point, you would think they're willing to take a hit so they can really make that jump forward.
As somebody who's with a team that's in rebuild mode, be careful what you wish for. Because we said this about Mike Vrabel when he was in Tennessee, and now we haven't had back-to-back wins since 2022.
Yeah, that's true. Also, aren't the organizations different? I don't know. I don't want to wish that upon anyone. You're right. Coming up next on the show, LSU moves on from Brian Kelly. Maybe we'll get into that, but we've also got Monday Night Football to talk about. Chiefs Commanders coming up next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. It is a Monday, October 27th. Michael Jenkins, nice of you to join us, sir. And just in time.
Welcome back.
We got Monday Night Football tonight.
Yeah.
And your Commanders are playing the Chiefs, so kind of a big game.
It's a big game. I mean, it is a big game. I'm just, as you might expect, a little reticent to talk about it. Let's check in with D-Day here for a second, because D-Day covers this team and knows the team as well as anybody. How are you feeling? Like, give me the fan perspective.
I hope you're not looking for optimism here.
Well, there we go.
Because you will not find it. I mean, the fan perspective is you're getting the Chiefs at a terrible time because they just dog walked the Las Vegas Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
And you played the Vegas Raiders, and the Vegas Raiders scored a lot more points than they did against the Kansas City Chiefs. The problem is nothing to do with the offense, although there are question marks. It's just how do you stop Mahomes when you can't stop literally anybody else?
Yeah. That's a good point. And now you're wondering why I was late to get back here. I was like, just let Chelsea take over. I don't know how I feel about this game. I'm not feeling great about it. But, I mean, we can talk about it, and we should talk about it. It is Monday Night Football. Commanders at the Chiefs. Chiefs are laying 11. Chiefs are minus 752 on the money line. The Commanders are plus 525, and your total is set at 48. So, Chelsea, I don't want to bring us down. It's a Monday. We're getting things going here. It's going to be a great week. But I also don't know how I feel about laying 11 points in the National Football League. I think this is an overreaction based on what we saw a week ago for both teams, so I would actually take the Commanders here. I would probably rather bet on a prop than anything else. What do you think?
Well, I think the tough part of betting on the NFL is you have to look at teams that you don't want to trust, and you have to kind of say, okay, what's the case for the team that's getting 11 points? Because here's the thing about the Chiefs. I understand that they blew out the Raiders, but over the last 3 years or so, even when they've had dominant teams and even when they've won Super Bowls, they kind of have the tendency to kind of squeak by. Some of these teams that have no business kind of hanging around. So it's not going to shock me if the Chiefs kind of, just run the ball if they're up in this game and they're not running up the score, because that's kind of what we've seen from the Kansas City Chiefs. And how much do you trust this offense? Because I think we have already established that we don't really trust the Commanders' defense too much. But let me ask you this, because people who are not fans of the Commanders or, fans of Marcus Mariota probably don't have a great idea on what they should expect from him. I will say this. He is a veteran quarterback. He's been in the league for quite some time. He's certainly not Jaden Daniels. But do you trust him to at least manage this offense?
I do. You can do a lot worse than Marcus Mariota as a backup quarterback. And when he has played with the Commanders, now, last week was not great. He goes in and throws a pass, trying to make something happen in the flat, pick six, bad decision. And I know he's not worked out as a starter in the NFL, but I will say this. He has been absolutely influential in a very positive manner when you look at the development of Jaden Daniels. JD5 will tell you that himself. Marcus Mariota has been a guy I've learned a lot from. He's been a great veteran presence, and he's done a nice job filling in. So, yes, of course there's going to be a drop down from Jaden to Marcus, but Marcus has been a part of this offense for a few years now, and I think when we were talking earlier about fit for a quarterback, when it comes to scheme and offensive game planning, Marcus Mariota is a really good fit for what Cliff Kingsbury likes to do offensively, right? That's one of the reasons why Mariota has looked really good in these relief appearances. So you've got that going for Washington. And also, look, Terry McLaurin is back. He's missed 4 weeks. He had a quad injury. He was working out earlier this week, and I was really curious to see, is he going to look like the scary Terry that is 100%, that was so good last year but still hasn't popped off this year? He looked great in workouts. He's not just on the field, 75, 80%. He was making those quick cuts and looking like he was running routes, which we've seen him done at a high level for a long time. And he said as much. I feel great. I'm ready to go. Deebo Samuel is back. Deebo did not play last week. Now, he's going to be banged up because he's got that heel injury and he's sort of managing that pain. That is to say, when you've got a very good backup quarterback and you have two weapons finally back on the field with the Commanders, it makes me think this spread is too large. But yes, I do believe that Marcus Mariota can have success with the Commanders. We've seen it before.
Well, and here's the other reason why I asked that is because sometimes when you see backup quarterbacks, these are the guys that are going to depend on their big name receivers. So in the props market, I say, okay, maybe we should look at the big name receivers here.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin, like you mentioned, is back, and Deebo Samuel is back, even though he is banged up. But some of these numbers are really low. And maybe it stems from the fact that the odds makers are putting Marcus Mariota's passing yards at 197. So, keep that in mind that there is not a large pot to draw from, or at least that's what we're projecting from some of these numbers. But Terry McLaurin's receiving prop is 46.5. And it feels to me that, he either goes, way under this, or he could go way over it. Because we know Terry McLaurin certainly has big play potential. And we haven't really seen... it feels like his full potential much of this year. And most of it's just because he hasn't been playing.
Yeah.
So I know it's tough to reach that level with maybe a backup quarterback, but the game script should go in the favor of playing receiver props because game script matters a lot for these. Yep. And if you think the Commanders are going to be playing from behind, they going to be chucking it. So I do think that if you look at Terry McLaurin, maybe that's a play you like. Deebo Samuel kind of scares me, 43.5. It feels low, but like you said, doesn't feel like he's 100%. But do you think Marcus Mariota is going to trust those two guys over some of the other, receivers in the rotation? Or do you think he spreads it around?
No, it's going to be, I think he has to be heavy on those guys. I mean, they have some guys who probably shouldn't be getting the run that they're getting right now. And they have some interesting young guys in Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane, but ultimately he's going to have to lean on his top two guys if they're going to have any success against the Chiefs. This was already not a position group that was deep going into the season, and now it's even less so because of the injuries. They could really use a length guy like a Noah Brown, but he's not coming back anytime soon. But I do think he can have some success. I'm scared because these numbers look so low. I would think they're going to be higher, and I don't see it, so it feels like a trap to me.
Yeah, and I will say we do have some sample size with Marcus Mariota playing quarterback. Last time around where he had a full game under his belt against the Falcons, a loss for the Commanders, Deebo Samuel had the most targets on the team, 6 targets, 6 catches for 72 yards. Should be noted that Terry McLaurin did not play in that game, so some of those targets will probably go to Scary Terry. As far as the Chiefs, what are we expecting from Kansas City tonight? Do you think it's more of the dominance that we saw last week? Or do you think we see a small step back? Because I think the interesting part of the NFL is that it's such an overreactionary market to where 1 week we see something, you're like, oh, this is what we're going to see for the rest of the year, right? And then we'll see a team like the Bills lose. And you're like, what? And I'm not saying that the Chiefs are going to lose this game. I am just going to say that, maybe it's not one of those things where we just assume it's domination station from Kansas City.
Domination station. Yeah, you're right. This number has moved towards the Commanders, though. Remember, last Thursday, Friday, when we were talking about this game, just a few days ago, it was Kansas City minus 12.5. So we've already moved 1.5 in Washington's direction. I put a sprinkle on it yesterday at 12. I'm like, all right, let's go. I can do 12. Now we're sitting at 11. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find out much about Kansas City. I think the only worry with Kansas City is will they not mail it in, but play down to the level of the Commanders. Do you know what I mean? Just because, look, it's prime time. They've been here. They just ruled the Raiders, if you will. So they could play 80% and still win this game, which is, I think, maybe the case for the Commanders and the fact that they're just undervalued a little bit. But I do want to throw this out here since we're talking about the Chiefs. Obviously, they have one of the greatest head coaches ever in Andy Reid. So I don't know if you saw this yesterday on the Fox pregame show, but Terry Bradshaw was previewing this game like we're doing now, and he said he had been talking to Andy Reid, but he wasn't really talking to Andy Reid. Listen to this.
But the thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid and I got a text back and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't.
What?
What? Did you? All right, let me get this straight. You texted Andy Reid. You thought you were texting Andy Reid, but you got a text back from a guy selling pigs. And so once you told that story, like, wasn't really Andy Reid. I probably shouldn't have told that story. Did you see the reaction, like the look on Michael Strahan's face or Howie Long? Howie looked like he'd been punched in the chest, like, what? And Michael Strahan was like, how did you go from Andy Reid to a pig farmer? I'm not quite sure what Terry was getting to there, but he tried. Instead, I tell you what, if he's looking for a pig farmer, he's got a guy. He's got a guy.
Terry Bradshaw, it just feels like he's getting older, and he's like, your grandpa at Thanksgiving. We're like, all right, Papa Terry, that's fine. Just go sit in there. We'll bring the rolls in. It's fine. You just get comfortable. So it's one of those like rantings where I think it's just tough on the panel when he says like out of pocket things like this. But I mean, at least he's honest. Like, we want authenticity, and he's certainly giving it to us here.
Well, I texted Dan Quinn yesterday, or I thought it was Dan Quinn, but it's a guy who sells horse meat. And I was like, that's tough. Like, what are you talking about? Probably shouldn't have told that story. Like, Terry, oh, Lord.
Too late.
Too late. Here we go. What do you think about the Chiefs? The Chiefs are, the only reason I will say I feel like this line is inflated is this just feels like the classic week-to-week overreaction. Commanders got blown out by the Cowboys. Chiefs blew out the Raiders. And so because of that, you see a double-digit spread. And, of course, backup quarterback for the Commanders. I feel like this line is too large, but can you make a case for the Chiefs or a case for the Chiefs covering? How are you feeling about Kansas City?
I mean, if Kansas City wants to run up the score, they certainly can.
Right.
But it's just, this is the NFL, and wins still matter. Like, remember, the Chiefs have not had, like, as far as wins and losses go, like, the best season. Like, they still need to win games. They're 4-3, so they're not, like, dominating the AFC West or anything. But I think that I keep coming back to this, is that when you talk to, like, sharp bettors in the NFL, I don't know a single one who's like made a living laying huge numbers with big favorites who are very public teams. Like, that's what it just comes around to for me, is that sometimes you have to bite your tongue and look at these teams that nobody wants to trust. And these are the games that you make your money on. Like, maybe we stand here tomorrow and I look like a complete idiot. I am just saying that, like, the odds makers know that the Chiefs look like the way more trustworthy team. And so, like, you're even paying a tax on them. And I understand that this number has gone down, but it's the same when you bet on the Dodgers, when you bet on the Yankees, when you bet on the Chiefs. You are never getting a discount on these teams.
Never. I think the props market is the way to go here. I don't know. Maybe I'll just say, you know what? Screw it. Give me the Commanders. What have I got to lose? Come on. Why not? I might just do it, Chelsea. I might just do it. But I think if you're like us, because I think the general sentiment here is, all right, this is a large number. How do we feel about it? And there's so many unknowns with the Commanders that maybe look at the props market. I think that's probably the best way to bet this game.
To be perfectly honest, I don't even know if I'm going to bet on this game at all. And listen, it's the sports equinox day. So, like, we have other things to bet on. But if I could make a case for something in this game, because listen, I understand people want to bet on same game parlays, and you got to have something to sweat on Monday Night Football, right? Gonna go with Rashee Rice over his receptions, over 5.5. Over at BetMGM, you get the best price on this. It's -150. Because we have seen since Rashee Rice came back to the Chiefs that Patrick Mahomes wants to throw to him. Had 7 catches last game, did not get his yardage prop, but the catches are there. So maybe he's not making those big plays across the middle, but he is going to get the targets. And here's the other thing. Patrick Mahomes, win or lose, game script positive or negative, is going to be throwing the football. When I saw that his pass attempts prop was like 34.5, I said to myself, why would he be throwing this much in a game that they're probably going to be winning by a lot? But even in some of these blowout games, he's had more than 30 attempts. So those attempts have to go somewhere. So I feel like there is more opportunity for these Chiefs receivers, even if it's a positive game script, for guys to get their catches. Yeah, last week, Rasheed Rice had 10 targets, so I feel like that's the way to go.
Target share king right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I know where I'm going. I don't want to get into it now because I'll give it out for our best bets. But it's on Marcus Mariota. I'm going to do his rushing prop. That's where I'm going to go. And all of this after saying, hey, be careful when you bet on your favorite teams. It's tough to be objective. And I'm like, I'm going to go on Marcus Mariota. Like a moron. I'm doing it. Let's go. Coming up on the show. Oh, we're not done yet. New week means a new chance to make some money, and that is exactly what we are going to do next. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins, official plays, and the Dogster coming your way next. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Double D one time. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's Monday. Thrilled to be with you. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Oh, man. I see a squad play on the card. That's exciting. You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited for you, Chelsea, because, we're going to bookend this show. We started this show talking about chili. You were talking about chili. The lovely Catherine and I last week were talking about chili. Like, it's fall weather. It's cold outside. It's time for some chili. And you were going to it's time to brown the meat. Time to brown the meat.
Yeah, I'm already thinking about what I'm going to do after the show, which sounds like I'm really dialed in, right? But it's different because most of my crock pot recipes, you just kind of throw everything in the crock pot. But this has 2 steps, Jenks. So I am now in the intermediate level of Crocktober, where there are multiple steps. So I am doing my best, because I will give myself props for this, is that I have done a better job of cooking lately. Because, you see that, as much as I love, the heat-up meals, they're not the best for you. And they have, 1,000 grams of sodium. And you're like, all right. So I could take 30 minutes and make this from scratch, or I could take 5 minutes and put this in the microwave. And you know what choice that I want to make. But for the health of my family, I am trying to cook more things. So at least I am doing a better job of that. Look at me, a trad wife who also likes betting on first fives in baseball.
Oh my God. That's going to be great. Oh, you know what's going to tell you? You know what we did on, was it Saturday? Which was, I think this would be up your alley. It was so cool. So we've been we always go out, as you know, and so we've been trying to lean into doing things that are different, because there's so many things to do here in the city. So we went to a church down the street, and they had a small 4-person orchestra playing Halloween hits, under candlelight, so they had candles everywhere. And they played everything from Thriller to Monster Mash to the theme from The X-Files to the theme from Alfred Hitchcock Presents to The Exorcist. It was so cool. And they played for about an hour, and they were just crazy talented. And it might sound hokey, but then you hear classical instruments playing it, or these different songs, and it was just a totally different experience. It was awesome.
I feel like you live my life, but elevated. Because I did a similar thing. We went to a fall festival, and under a pavilion at a park, somebody had a janky Bluetooth speaker that was playing all the Halloween hits, and everybody had their coolers out, and everybody was charcoal grilling. It felt like a scene out of 1995. And meanwhile, here you are with the 4-piece orchestra. And it's we went out to this hot new restaurant this week. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we went to Texas Roadhouse. And you know what? It was the highlight of my week.
That sounds awesome, though. That's sometimes, we'll go to some nice restaurants, yeah. But then it's all right, this is all well and fine. Let's dig into some Texas Roadhouse or something like that. Don't sleep on that. We know you love your Roadhouse and the rolls. So sometimes I'm I'd rather do that instead.
Well, and sometimes dancing under a pavilion to somebody's boombox.
Why not?
That's fun too.
Yeah.
That's the best people watching. It's a family of 15 where you're are all these people are related? And they're yeah. And they're all doing the same line dance, because line dancing is big here, Jenks. I didn't know you could do it to stuff other than country music, but apparently you can. But people were wilding out at the fall festival at Moss Wright Park in Goodlettsville, Tennessee.
Well, you know what? That sounds like a good old time. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, getting her done. Gonna have a great time. What about us? Well, I'm debating if I'm going to add Commanders to the card. So I'm going to think about that. Maybe. Should I just go for it? I'll think about it, but let's get to our favorite bets of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. I want a winner.
All right, best bet of the night is going to be in the Fall Classic. We're going to go to the World Series, and we're going to bank on the Dodgers in the first 5. So we're going to go Dodgers first 5 run line, which is -0.5 run. They just need to be winning at the end of 5 innings for -135. You look at the pitching matchup here, and Tyler Glasnow clearly has the better numbers than Max Scherzer. It hurts my heart to fade Max Scherzer here, but this is not a season to remember for Mad Max. Over the course of the year, he has had an ERA of 5. He wasn't even on the postseason roster in one of the rounds for the Blue Jays this year. And so now he's facing this Dodgers lineup that has Hall of Fame hitters back to back to back. And even last time around, he wasn't especially spectacular. Like, he didn't look like his old self. He walked 4 batters. He gave up a couple runs. And I understand that he forced John Snyder to keep him in this game. But still, I think he's going to give up at least a couple of runs here. And it just feels like Tyler Glasnow is a better pitcher. And here's the thing. It feels like we haven't had that breakout game really for the Dodgers offense yet. I think it's coming. I think this could be a big game for the Dodgers. I think that they have the edge in the first 5 innings. Do I want to trust their bullpen? No, so I won't. Dodgers first 5 run line is -135, so we will go with that.
All right. I'm on that as well. Also, I just found the Commanders at 11 and a hook. You know what, Chelsea? I have nothing to lose. So let's do this. Okay. Marcus Mariota, over 25 rushing yards, is -152. Bit of an alt line here, opened at 23 and a hook, now sitting at 28 and a hook at BetMGM. I know the Chiefs are going to get to Marcus Mariota. There's no question about it. That's what Spags does. He's going to dial up blitz after blitz after blitz, and that's all right. For the purposes of this prop, I think that this is good for us. It will mean Mariota will take off. And yes, he has 2 of his best weapons back tonight in the offense with Deebo Samuel and Scary Terry. But Marcus Mariota can move. Of course, compared to Jaden Daniels, yeah, it's not the same. But Mariota has already hit this number in 2 of 3 games this season. So this is a guy who can scoot. I think he's going to have plenty of chances to move tonight because Kansas City, again, will dial up the pressure like they always do. Let's go over 25 yards for Marcus Mariota. It is at -152. How you feeling about that, Chelsea?
Ooh, well, I usually like that for like the losing side is that the desperation kind of sinks in for the quarterback. So, you know, if you follow the game script, what the odds makers think is if the Commanders are 11.5-point dogs in this game, it makes a ton of sense. So I know this isn't on the card for me, but I do have one lean. So we talked about some of the splits where Tyler Glasnow has actually faced a lot of these Blue Jays batters before. George Springer is hitting over 400 in his career against Tyler Glasnow. I think hits plus runs plus RBI has been a solid bet throughout the postseason for George Springer. You get over 1.5 for -114. The fact that he's the leadoff guy as well, and Vladdy Jr. has good numbers against Glasnow, I think if Springer can get at least on base, Vladdy can knock him in. So I think that's one that kind of goes against my Dodgers play, but I do like that one as well.
Okay. I like that. You know, I'm with you on that. Okay, let's go. Let's get a bunch of dubs. Let's stack some dubs tonight. All right, I'm going to do it. Whatever. I found the Commanders plus 11.5 in Kansas City. Do I love the Commanders? Yes. Yes, I do. They're my favorite team. Also, if Texas can rally from being down like they were in the fourth quarter and getting a win in OT, the Commanders can at least cover the number. Here's the thing. This is your classic week-to-week overreaction in the National Football League. What did we see from the Chiefs last time out? They get Rashee Rice back. They're taking on one of the worst teams in the NFL and the Raiders, and they blow them out. It's not close. They shut them out. So the Chiefs look like they're the Chiefs again. Not surprising. What do we see from the Commanders? They go to Dallas. They get blown out. They can't stop anyone. Everybody's down on Washington. Jaden Daniels is out for this game. But Kansas City isn't that good, and the Commanders aren't that bad. Okay, the truth is always somewhere in the middle. The fact that you can get 11.5 here seems ridiculous to me. Marcus Mariota is still a very good backup quarterback. He's had a lot of success in this Washington offense. And also, Deebo Samuel is back in the offense. Scary Terry McLaurin is back for the first time in 4 games. That is going to be enough offensively for the Commanders to keep this game close, even against a very good Chiefs defense. This is too many points. Commanders plus 11 and a hook.
I like how you managed to sneak in Texas football, like in that handicap,
sure
just
did.
a little bit. It's like, Jenks, no one asked about Texas football, but he's going to talk about it.
I know.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
I know. Sorry. I'm trying to pump myself up here. There's a way. There's always a way. There's always a way. Okay, before we wrap things up here, I guess we got to bring in the Dogster. Come on in. Dogster, good morning.
Can you guys believe the news about Brian Kelly?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the show.
Racketeering and sex trafficking? I can't believe he was popular in the first place.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I know he had a lot of R&B hits, but this is too much.
Dogster,
what?
Are you talking about R. Kelly? This is way off here. It was a long time ago.
I guess it's an easy mistake to make.
No, it's not. Not at all. I don't know what you're thinking. All right, do you have a bet?
I do. Chiefs minus 1.5 hosting the Commandos.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Wow. Everyone's like, please, for the love of God, bring in someone besides that dumb donkey. Oh, the Dogster, you never know. He's been pretty good over the past couple weeks, I have to say. Now, his current events knowledge, not great.
Well, and he's a staple of the show. Like, he's like the Terry Bradshaw of the show. Like, he's just been here a while. And we're like, it's fine. He just says what he wants. Just don't mind him. Jenks, mere seconds until I'm browning the meat on my chili. And I would say if we had crosstalk like we used to, Sammy P would probably love this discussion because isn't he a great cook? I always see the meat that he's making.
That's true. You know what we should do on this show? We should start using the phrase browning the meat and just kind of use it for everything. You know? Like, you know what? It's time to brown the meat. Like,
you can
say
mean? That.
I'm going to start saying it.
I'm not going to say
I'm going to do it. I will start using the phrase brown the meat for just about anything. All right, let's get into it and brown the meat. Last night's game of Monday Night Football. Oh, that's definitely going to become a thing.
It's how you start your handicap, right? You brown the meat to start a recipe. You brown the meat to start your handicap.
Thank you, D-Day. Nailed it. All right.
I guess your minds are not in the gutter like mine because somebody would point that out if I said it.
I mean, my mind is in the gutter, but also I was just hiding it. Let's brown the meat. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Monday.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Pressure coming. He picked it up. Inside. Kraft's got it. At the 10. Kraft running away to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns.
Down the stretch, Hall. Boy, thought about it, now tosses to the end zone, and he's got Taylor for the Jets touchdown.
That's what's with you on a Monday morning. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Hope you had a good weekend. Monday Night Football coming your way in 20 minutes. A breakdown. Washington, Kansas City. How are we going to bet this double-digit spread tonight? Case of the Mondays, Monday morning market moves, your usual segments. Monday Moons will be here as well. We'll talk some baseball, of course. Game 3 tonight. And Jason Lockhart will be dropping by as well. Hey, Sam.
Want to bet?
Promote it as much as you want, buddy.
So my case of the Mondays will involve not 1, not 2, but 3 dogs that Herb Street brought to campus. I can't wait.
I saw. See, now people are jumping on our thing. Like now, all of a sudden, I'm seeing people do these rants about Herb Street and talk about the dog. All of the points that we've already made. I don't know how it made it into my algorithm. I don't even know where he's working right now. But there was a whole Craig Carton rant about it, and it was literally everything that we said. Just talking about the dog down the hallway and waking people up in the morning and doing this and how he moved on from. Wait, what's this dog's name again? I lose track.
Which
There's
one?
a PD.
Now there's 3 of them.
There's 3. Oh,
he brought 3 dogs to Vanderbilt, and they all had personalized lockers in the Commodore's locker room with tennis balls and treats. Oh yeah, the whole 9.
Oh, so now people are okay. It's too much. See, here's what happened, and I want to say I think this is the timeline. So there's a narrative out there that he moved on from the dog that died, and then the next day he went and got a new dog. That's not what happened. Right. But that's not what happened. Remember, he had 2 dogs at a time. So I think when he thinks one might be sick, he starts the transition period, like you move in the side piece or something. Like that's kind of what he's doing with Herb Street. Am I wrong on that? It seems like he's moving on before it's completely over.
That's exactly how it feels. I don't want to waste the good surprise on you, though. I'd like to save this for Case of the Mondays because I do have some thoughts. I also thought yesterday, as Jonathan Taylor was scoring his 3rd touchdown of the day, I thought, is he going to win the MVP? Because he is just tearing up this league right now. And I have this list right here. He had 12 rushes for 153 yards and 2 touchdowns. He also caught a touchdown, 2 catches, 21 yards, and a touchdown. And he has 4 games with 3 touchdowns, Jonathan Taylor, on the first place Colts that are probably going to win 12, 13 games, maybe get the 1 seed. He's minus 225 for Offensive Player of the Year. Should we be talking about him for MVP at 20-1?
I wanted to talk about this too. Received a text from our buddy Barry Rosner last night. Sends a ticket. He says, do I have a prayer on this, or will it just be a quarterback like always? It's Jonathan Taylor, 150-1 ticket.
Holy cow.
That's a Ross play for sure. I said, is he going to keep scoring 3 touchdowns every game? And then we got into it about last year, how Saquon was like, well, he's going to have to set a bunch of records, going to have to do something we probably haven't seen, kind of like Adrian Peterson. I believe that was 2012 when he ends up getting it. And he's like, yeah, and Saquon was set up to set the all-time record, and he didn't even get it last year. It wasn't really even a conversation. But my point was, yeah, but in your favor, what quarterback's running away with it? Right? We have a number of guys at the very top that are injured. You got Burrow out. You've got Lamar missing too much time. He missed, obviously, again yesterday, which we'll get into. He's out of it. A couple of the top names that were talked about all offseason, one of those great AFC quarterbacks, a couple of them. And, okay, Mahomes took over as the favorite. Josh Allen did nothing yesterday. They didn't need him to do anything, but he didn't perform great. If you start looking at the numbers, like people won't look at, oh, well, his team blew it out. No, they're going to look at the stats. It's going to be very difficult for him to go back to back. Like we start checking off names, and the one that stands there right now is Mahomes. He's the big one. Lately, we're talking about Drake May. If we're having a Drake May conversation against very soft opponents, tough defense yesterday, but one of the worst teams in football in Cleveland, it tells you how soft the top is, doesn't it? That we quickly go to a Drake May conversation. It was a matter of a couple weeks ago, we were having a serious, and not just us, everybody, because the betting market put him in the top 3, a Baker Mayfield conversation, who has done nothing over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, he's dealing with an injury. Yeah, his teammates are injured, but still, like the numbers are the numbers. That doesn't come into play when it comes to MVP. I would say right now that there's a real chance. If he keeps doing this, if the Colts continue to be this successful, he's the reason why. Yeah, I do think there's a chance because there's no quarterback that's taken the award so far.
I don't have a slip on Taylor. I have nothing in pocket on Jonathan Taylor. I actually don't even have an MVP bet at all.
Same.
And I woke up this morning and checked the board and saw a 20. Obviously, you make that bet at 20, you understand full well that you did not get the best of the number. But through 8 games, he's got 850 yards on the ground and 12 touchdowns. The record, you just sort of hinted at it, LaDainian Tomlinson had 28 rushing touchdowns in 06. 28. Taylor's almost halfway there in 8 games. Now, he's got to stay healthy. But the way that line is built and the way that Shane Steichen plays football, he runs it. It's what he did in Philly when they got to a Super Bowl. Didn't win the Super Bowl, got there. And that's how they're playing in Indy. This whole thing has been building for years. He wanted to solidify the line, create the game, and run the ball. And this is literally, it's all coming to fruition this season. And Jonathan Taylor is reaping the benefits. And now you have a quarterback that you have to respect, at least defensively. If you're playing Indy, you have to respect Daniel Jones. You know he's not going to beat you, but you have to respect him. Last year, teams were just cramming the box against Anthony Richardson. It's like, he's not going to beat us down the field. We don't have to respect him. Daniel Jones, believe it or not, is making Jonathan Taylor much better.
Looking at spots, so far the toughest defense they face is back in week 2 against Denver. 29-28, Colts win. The defenses moving forward are going to be more challenging. At Kansas City in week 12, okay? Against the Houston Texans, week 13, back-to-back tough defenses. Week 15, at Seattle, another tough one. You end the season at Houston. Wow, he's going to start facing some tough defenses moving forward. Would I bet him at 20-1? I would not. How about you?
I didn't get there. I just thought I'd ask you, and you would get me to the right position. You know, that game against Kansas City could dictate a lot, though. That'll be about a month from today, a little bit less. It's on November 23rd at Kansas City. Could be the MVP game right there between Mahomes and Taylor. Could be. I did not bet it. Maybe by the end of the show, I will. You know what I wish I did bet yesterday? Every favorite and every over. Dude, it's like... And you know what's funny? In the Chicago media contest, I actually picked 4 favorites this week, and I'm 3-1. I'm like, wow, is it this simple? You just pick the favorite and pick the over? I got a text this morning. I woke up. Jeff Schwartz texted the Bear Bets thread and said this week, he went and counted, I think probably on his fingers, the favorites and the overs from Thursday through last night, 22-2.
Against the spread?
20 wins, 2 losses, 2 pushes. That's favorites and overs NFL.
Holy cow. Holy cow. All right, so yesterday, the early games, the totals were like spot on. Yeah, there were some overs that hit, but there was luck. Buffalo, Carolina, it goes over by the hook. 49 points scored, 48.5 is the number. Chicago, Baltimore, goes over by 1 point. Totals 45, 46 points are scored. That's close. Miami, Atlanta, push. San Francisco, Houston, push. Man, how locked in are they on a lot of these totals? It's not going to happen in every game. You know, games get wonky, but totals are tight, man. We're talking about a point or a hook or pushing in 4 games in the early portion. And we didn't have as many games yesterday as we normally have.
Only favorite not win outright. The Falcons, who were a 7-point favorite against Miami, and then, of course, the Jets. The Jets scored 23 points in the 4th quarter to nub the bartender. Bartender had Bengals, was feeling really good, and then he bartendered. Jets get 23 in the 4th and beat the Bengals 39-38. Every other favorite won the game and covered.
Wow. Okay, game day money. This stood out to me yesterday morning doing game day, doing the show here on the network. Jets. There was money on the Jets. I'm sure you talked about it as well. That number closed at 5.5. It was sitting 6.5 all freaking week. And then we got Jets money coming in hours before the game. Another game where I saw game day money. Houston. We got to 3. That number was floating 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5. It eventually got to 3 when that game closed. I don't want to say easy winners, but we know what happened in the Jets game. They eventually come back and win the game. Crazy fourth quarter. Breece Hall did it all. 3 touchdowns, a couple rushing, 1 passing. Good on Justin Fields, man. His owner comes out and decides to put everything going wrong with the Jets organization on that quarterback. And I'm not the biggest Justin Fields fan, but what a performance from him. That Jets offense, 7.2 yards per play. A quick reminder, and I just couldn't get there on the Jets. I'm glad Paul pushed us in our contest plays during Lightning Bets. I couldn't get there, but I wanted to get there. The love for Flacco and the Bengals because of what happened last Thursday, it just went way too far for that defense to be favored by nearly a touchdown all week.
It really says a lot about how bad the Steelers' defense is, more than anything else to me. And if you really think about it, I saw this tweet from Underdog NFL. So at the time of this tweet, at 11:09 p.m. last night, Jordan Love had 360 passing yards and 3 touchdowns against this vaunted Steelers defense. Flacco had 342 and 3. Carson Wentz had 350 and 2 touchdowns. Give me a break with the Steelers defense. This is not an elite defense anymore. It has not been all season. Again, Carson Wentz threw for 350 yards. It's over. And guess what else happened yesterday? Not only did the Steelers lose, the Ravens won. And the Baltimore Ravens, with 2 wins, are minus 120 to win the division at BetMGM.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can find us on Twitter. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. I mentioned this morning. The Bears gave the Ravens life yesterday. If you look at the upcoming schedule for the Ravens, they are now favored in their next 8 games. Thursday night, they've got Miami. Then it's at Minnesota, at Cleveland, hosts the Jets, hosts the Bengals on Thanksgiving, hosts the Steelers, at the Bengals, hosts the Patriots. Next 8 games, Sam, they're all favored. And could they go 6-2, 7-1? Oh, yeah, they can. And the thinking is Lamar's going to be ready for Thursday.
This all shaped up so beautifully for the Bears, too. That luck box team. Good, better, best! Never let it rest! You get Tyler Huntley, and you can't beat Tyler Huntley? Uh-huh. Told us a lot about the Bears, did it not?
Yep. You better force turnovers. If not, you're in trouble. Caleb with a crucial interception that set up the go-ahead touchdown for the Baltimore Ravens. You knew it was a smash spot for the Ravens. The only thing that gave you pause is like, oh, of course, Saturday the news comes out. Lamar is out. We loved the Ravens all week. Loved them. Kept talking about it. We took them in our contest, minus 6.5. We're like, let's go. Let's go Ravens, and then the quarterback's out. Like, okay, when did they know the quarterback's out? Harbaugh's getting in some trouble for this one. They might lose a draft pick or 2. It'll be fascinating to see how the league ends up handling this one. I mentioned game day money on Houston. We disagreed in this game. Confirmed what I was thinking. I wish I would have gone harder on this game throughout the week. That Niners defense is in trouble moving forward. 475 yards for the Texans, Sam.
In the Chicago media contest, I flipped to Houston yesterday. I did.
Good on you. Good on you.
I did.
Good flip. Joe, Sammy P. I want to talk more about that because I was a little surprised the way you were leaning earlier in the week, but you got on the right page. All right, Monday Night Football breakdown, Commanders Chiefs tonight. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Looks left, throws left, and it is caught by Rice for his second touchdown of the game.
Rashee Rice makes his season debut last week, and what happened? 2 touchdowns there as the voice of Jim Nantz. 7 grabs, 42 yards in his season debut. You knew he'd make an impact. He certainly did. What about the players that will make an impact tonight? Let's talk about it. This is Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Monday morning. We are here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. All right, the Chiefs are favored by 11. It's a high total of 48. A high total with a backup quarterback on one side. Sam, this is something you don't see a ton. We had a number of backups involved yesterday, and all of those totals were dropping. This one dropped a little bit, but maybe you would think it would drop a little bit more. But obviously the expectation is Kansas City does much of the damage when it comes to the total of 48. Chiefs by double digits. The Chiefs destroy the Raiders last week. Keep that in mind. A lot of chatter when we talk about the Chiefs, everyone runs to the offensive stuff, and that's certainly fair, and we do a lot of that as well. You can't forget about what this defense is doing. This defense, if you look at just different areas, whether it's against the pass, against the run, overall, against this position, against that position, the Chiefs rank as one of the best defenses just about in every category. I'm not saying they're at the Denver level. I'm not putting them with Houston, but maybe a half notch below. KC is right there, and that defense certainly needs some love.
As for the number, if you took the dog when we talked about it last Friday, you got a good number. I thought I bet 12.5, and then this morning I looked. I actually have 13. I don't know how I got a 13, but I do have plus 13. So we have certainly seen that number come down a ton from 13, a lot of 12.5 on Friday. But now we're sitting 11, 11, 11, 11, 10.5, 11, 11, 11. So there's been an appetite to bet Washington. I think a lot of that is because you do have McLaurin and Debo both likely to play. So that was the question that I sort of asked myself on Friday. Is it better to have Jaden Daniels and no weapons or Marcus Mariota and weapons? I think the answer is clearly the latter. Now, just because I have a good number doesn't mean I'm going to win. I'm still terrified of losing 34-10 or something like that, but I thought 13, 12.5 was too high, and clearly that sentiment was accurate. Now, I almost said the R word. The Commanders have to do their job still, which when you have a backup quarterback.
What R word?
No. Talking about Redskins, of course. Every time I almost say Redskins, I stop myself and say I almost did a bad thing. But anyways, I don't feel good about it, even though I got a good number, is how I feel.
Yes. So you'd rather have Mariota with McLaurin and Debo than
Daniels with nothing. Than Daniels with Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's certainly a fair point, especially when you're going up against this team. But there's a number for a reason. You were ahead of the market on that one, so good call. Would you bet it at 11 if you're coming in blind? Yeah, I don't think I would either. Yeah, it's tough. Tough scene. I hate that I'm here because we heard enough about it as the NFL and the broadcast partners were trying to push the narrative. But, man, we saw it last night. I mean, Tucker Kraft was awesome. Dude, that guy looked like Gronk last night. He looked like Prime Kelsey. Prime Kelsey. Not the Kelsey that we have right now, but the one of yesteryear. But I did end up looking at that angle because this Washington defense has allowed 4 touchdowns to the tight end position. Just last week, they gave up 2 to Ferguson. Pitts got into the end zone. Kraft earlier this year got into the end zone. And the Kelsey numbers, 3.5 receptions, 40.5 yards. You know, I started looking at a handful of tight ends just because it's tight end day. We were talking about it yesterday morning during game day. I'm like, oh, wow, all of these premier tight ends, the ones projected to have good days, they're all +1, at least plus 150 range. Everybody, at least. I'm like, oh, Kelsey's a favorite to score a touchdown. The best price you can get is like $1.07, $1.10, where you have to lay it for Kelce to score a touchdown. Now, is that because they know he's going to get money? Because, it's national tight end and everybody's going to jump in on the biggest name tight end out there and it's a pretty good matchup? Or is that, no, this is a good number. He should be minus 110 to score an anytime touchdown. I do like Kelce. I don't know if touchdown is the way, but maybe with yards at 40.5 or certainly looking at receptions as well. Washington, not great at stopping the position.
Did you remember that it was National Tight Ends Day, or did you see it in the family calendar, by the way?
Both. Saw it in the family calendar. Oh, okay. That's how I was reminded yesterday morning because, Saturday was busy. The Sunday morning show starts an hour before this show, which is early enough. And so, I'm kind of blind in the morning and I don't get up as early as I do for these shows. And I did pull it up in the family calendar. I did look at the calendar for the day. I'm like, oh, yeah, it is. I forgot. They've been talking about it for a week. The league tries to make this a big thing. I don't know. There were a number of them that were producing. I'll tell you that, man. A lot of them end up getting into the end zone. Some no-name guys, some big-name guys. But I do think Kelce is involved. But the big question, does it count for today? Because it was National Tight End Day. Trey McBride's tweeting out, hey, this is not fair. I'm on bye, and all these guys get to celebrate National Tight End Day, and I'm not allowed to play football, which I think is certainly a fair point by him. Totally unfair. Maybe they feed him next week. Keep that in mind. But yeah, I did remember because I saw it in the calendar, and I am thinking, though, Kelce, this is a good spot for him. And we've seen some more, and there's going to be attention on the other receivers, the guys that just returned to the team in recent weeks, too. So it could leave an opening for Kelce.
I think you have the right idea, though. Touchdown. I think you just go with it because you're kind of shifting toward the yardage thing, and you're going to be so mad if he has 3 catches for 10 yards and a touchdown. You're going to be so mad if you don't take the touchdown bet.
All right, let's go. I was looking at first touchdown, which is 6-1. Not a great price, but I could totally see it happening tonight. Yeah, let's go touchdown. That's fine. Bet it earlier rather than later because couldn't you see tonight? It's game time. Oh, yeah, it's Kelce, $1.25.
Yep, easily. Yep, you want to bet that right now because you still have, 10 hours until kick? 11 hours or so? That price is going to keep climbing. I already see the yardage prop at 43.5 at a couple places. God, they are juicing you to death on the receptions, too. Over 3.5. Minus 135, minus 140.
I would do 5+
Travis
if I
Kelce.
did that. Yeah, I would do 5+ if you go that route. But you're right. Touchdown's a better play.
He is close to, I believe, getting near his season touchdown number because I remember we talked about it in the summer when they started hanging props on all these players, and he was at 4.5. Well, I guess he's not close. He has 2. Well, it's all relative, I guess, at that point. He's got 2.
He is close.
He's
really close.
It's easy to be close to your number when it's 4.5. So he's got 2 touchdown catches, and the number was 4.5. So I would think he's live to get there if he stays healthy. That was a very low number, and if you catch one today, you're good because then you'll have 3. You only need 2 more.
He only had 3 last year. So, yeah, I think he's going to get there. I think he'll certainly get there, especially now that everybody's back. Like before, there was so much attention paid to him. Now, not so much. Like he's the 3rd or 4th guy on that offense as far as that goes. Anything else you're interested? Any other angle that you find worth talking about?
No, I feel good about having the 13. Like I said, the total surprisingly has come down. This game, I saw them open in Vegas at 50.5 or 51, and now we're at 48. Now, obviously, there's a lot to do with that because Daniels is not playing, but I really don't feel like this offense is going to skip that much of a beat because you get the weapons back. So I really think it's hard for the books to quantify, yes, Daniels is out, but Daniels has been playing with Paul Aspen and Jay Kassan at wide receiver. So it's all right, now you get McLaurin back, who's on my fantasy team, need a big night from him, and you get Debo back. So as long as Mariota gets the ball out quickly, I think they can score. I do.
All right. That's our breakdown for Monday night. More on yesterday. One of the games that we have not talked about at all, New England, Cleveland. And yeah, New England was supposed to win, and they did. They did it in convincing fashion. Kind of mad at myself. I didn't end up getting to the New England side. I was just dead set on this spot. Wasn't great. But when you think about this matchup, the only thing that Cleveland can do offensively is run the football. And the Patriots are great at stopping the run. So now you put everything on the rookie quarterback on the road going against a team that's feeling really good about themselves. Probably wasn't set up to be a great day for Cleveland, but it was a 9-7 game at halftime. It was. We've seen this a number of weeks now, Sam, where Patriots start slow and then they really take over once you get into second quarter, second half of the game where, they were trailing early on against Cleveland. They were trailing against Tennessee, I want to say, early on. But then they just completely take over when the deep ball is working with May. They're hard to stop. They're hard to keep up with. But, wow. 32-13. The closing number was 7. Patriots keep on rolling. They're 6-2.
Drake May now, according to Sumer Sports, on deep balls, this is 20-plus yards down the field. He's 17 of 26 for 533 yards. He's literally one of the best deep ball throwers in the entire league. And they broke it down in their weekly email. The subheader is, it's gonna be May, because that hasn't been used enough in the last year or so. But according to Sumer Sports, he's delivered at an above 50th percentile EPA per dropback in every single game. They use the term fantastic, and they say he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league and one of the best deep ball throwers in the league by the numbers. I don't need numbers to see what I see, too. I mean, you watch him throw, and you're like, man, that's a pretty throw. There was one against, who did they play last week? He threw one. Just like, wow, what a throw. It was during the chaos of the cookout at my house. I can't remember who they were playing. But he just throws a pretty, yes, exactly. He throws a pretty football. And Kayshon Boutte's been the recipient of a ton of those balls down the field. That connection is something between those two.
A lot of numbers you look at. If you're into metrics like EPA, pass EPA, just yards per attempt, all that stuff, there are two names that are a constant. At the very top, Drake May and Daniel Jones. And yesterday, you take a look at it. I was looking at completion percentage over expectation. Number 1, Drake May. Number 2, Daniel Jones. Like lockstep. They were 15-5 and 15-3. Then you have a gap before you get to third was Hurts on that list in the 12s. But week after week, when you look at not only your traditional numbers, but you peel back the curtain a little bit, these guys are performing at the highest level. An MVP type level. Man, yeah. Daniel Jones, he's just not going to get credit when it comes to this category of MVP. Just because we started with the Jonathan Taylor conversation. When you think about that Colts offense, who's most responsible? It's going to be Taylor, right? Like Jones isn't going to get any love for any award.
I don't think so. And it's not really fair because he's doing everything he's supposed to do and then some. But Taylor is the touchdown monster, and people like touchdowns. And when you could put a fat number on it, say he gets 30 touchdowns, if he does, and breaks the record for single-season rushing touchdowns, he's the star. If he gets 30 touchdowns, he's arguably the best player in the league this year.
We liked Philly yesterday. That was easy.
Yeah.
I'd say. Certainly early, you felt good about it. Not that you want this news, but Scatterboo goes down for the season. Awful for the Giants. You got Neighbors down for the year as well, but you're right. Saquon, rushing attack. 276 rushing yards for the Eagles on this Giants defense. We figured it was going to be a revenge spot, and just the way things were lining up, like, okay, the deep ball is working for Hurts. We weren't concerned that A.J. Brown was going to be missing in this game. Saquon, don't forget about Tank Bigsby. He also went for over 100 yards, but it reminded you of last year's version of the Eagles.
The Giants also stink. I never understood, and we talked about this Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The Eagles were a 7-point favorite in New Jersey. and then they were a 7-point favorite at home against the same team. It never really made sense. Saquon, by the way, says he's fine. He did leave with a groin injury, but he said he's fine. He's going to be fine. We'll see. First carry, Joe, against that team he knows pretty well. 65 yards. First touch. You brought that up. The rushing prop was like 82, 83 and a half. Take.
Yeah. That was easy early on. No doubt about it. We probably should have talked more about that revenge spot for Saquon too. But he's faced him a number of times at this point. But, yep, Eagles get home. No doubt about that one. Case of the Mondays on the other side. What bothered you from over the weekend? I think we have a few things on our list. Joe, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the boss is in a bad mood again.
Might need an hour for this segment on this Monday. Case of the Mondays. Whatever bothered you from over the weekend, betting, sports, life, let you have at it. Bet_sweats over on X. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski if you want to chime in as well. I'm sure a lot of you chiming in on the chat on YouTube and Twitch as well. Thanks for hanging out if you're watching on those platforms. Sam, where do you want to start things off on this week's Case of the Mondays?
I'd like to start by saying that I like dogs. I'm not an anti-dog person. I just don't need to see any more of the Herb Street dogs. I'm tapped. It's over. I no longer care, and now I see them and I get angry. This is on the heels of him playing fetch with the dog in the hotel hallway, which, whether you like dogs or not, is insane. Like, I remember being like, I quote tweeted the tweet and wrote N-O period. And people, he hates dogs. No, I don't. I don't hate dogs. I don't want your dog running through the hotel hallway playing fetch. I think that's a very fair thing. So now Herb Street is just it up a notch. And we brought it up beginning of the show. He brought not one, not two, but 3 dogs. So he brought Peter, Bo, and Mitch. All 3 goals to Vandy. Mitch, yes. Peter, Bo, and Mitch. After Ben passed last week or last season, I lose track because there's so many dogs now. Yes. So Ben passed. He was carting Ben as Ben was dying. He was carting Ben across the country on a jet. I'm sure the dog loved that. So then Ben passes, and he cries on national television. Very sad moment. And then, next week, got a new dog. Okay, got it. Fine. This, though, was it for me. Like, it has jumped the shark. It is too much. Vandy also complied with it. Vandy created a locker for all 3 dogs. The dogs are running all over the field, probably pissing everywhere. It's just like, we don't need this anymore. Do we need to take 3 dogs really to the game? I've had enough, man. And I like dogs. It just, I don't need that. I don't want to see it. I don't care anymore.
There's some people that used to bring their dog to work at this network. How did you feel about that? Really? Yeah.
I mean, like,
if you had to deal with it, imagine you're in the office and you've got one of the co-hosts, like, let's say it's normal days, normal times, and we're all sharing a studio. So we have more interaction. Shows are probably better, not as much lag time. That's a good thing, right? But the evening host is coming in an hour before their show, and they've got their dog, and the dog's in the office. How would you feel about that?
I don't know. Was it a well-trained dog? Was it a good boy?
You don't know? You're going off about Herb Street, and you're not even there. It's on TV. You don't even have to deal with it. But you'd be like, I'd be okay with it. I might be okay with it if it's a well-trained dog. Come on.
I mean, but there's a difference when you jam your dogs down our throat on national television. Like, I get it. You love your dogs. We all love our pets. But I don't need the dogs to have lockers at Vanderbilt. Like, it's ridiculous.
I missed all of this because we played on Saturday morning. So I missed this whole, we had to drive like an hour to get there, and you got to get there early. So I didn't see any of this. So this was all news to me when you started talking about it earlier. I'm like, I didn't know there was a new event, and he had 3 dogs with him. God, he craves attention. He really does. Man, it's kind of sad. All right. Confirmed Sam hates dogs. He hates children because he complains about them on all of his flights. So that's where we're at.
No, I just don't bring the baby on the red eye from Vegas. Like that. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
If you're
I
flying
agree with that.
the red eye from Vegas, leave your baby.
Red eye anytime. I would never bring my kid to Vegas. What are they going to do in Vegas? I mean, I know people have family, But that maybe they weren't gambling. But I don't know why people have their children in Las Vegas. That makes no sense to me either. I'm with you there. Anything else that you want to throw out there?
No, I'm good.
No, right now? You good?
No. Better time.
We'll have more time. Yeah. Friday Feels segment from Friday. Listen to that. I'll just say that. Atlanta Falcons freaking blow, dude. Are you serious? You're coming off an embarrassing Sunday night performance. You're coming back home. Yeah, I know. You don't have Drake London. I get it. You don't have Michael Penix. Was Michael Penix anything great from what I've seen? We got the trade deadline a little over a week from now, and I keep hearing people talk about Kirk Cousins. How did he help things yesterday? Oh, my God. The Dolphins are a dumpster fire. We're putting them last week in our bottom 5 teams in the league, and they smoked you in your house. And this is not the first time it's happened to the Atlanta Falcons. They're just that team. If they ever get any hype, anybody believing them, and I fall for it in the offseason, they're going to be, a 500 team at the end of the year, right around there, 8, 9, 9, and 8, whatever. But when you expect them to do something, when they are set up to do something in a great spot, you've got Bijan, arguably the best running back in the league. 25 yards, Sam. 25 yards. I could not believe what was happening in that game. This Dolphins run defense can't stop anybody. And the Falcons didn't stick with it, and they couldn't get anything done. That was embarrassing. Had way too many spots on Survivor. Was really pissed off about it. I had my focus on 3 teams. One of them goes tonight in the Chiefs. The Colts was easy. We talked about it. If you have any Colts, just use it this week. This is the spot. And that was not a sweat at all. Lost some spots due to the Falcons. So that really pissed me off. Screw the Falcons. That was annoying. What else? Oh, yeah. Since I talked about it, I might as well follow up. We decided to have no offense and no defense in the championship game. Worst offense, worst defense all season of our 12 games in fall ball. Let's do it in the championship game. So, with the Falcons losing, with what happened on Saturday morning, you're dealing with it with Herb Street. Perfect for how this week has gone. Let's just say I am happy that it is Monday morning, Sam, because it means we have started a new week. I really needed to turn the page on last week.
I didn't realize, by the way, since you brought up the Falcons, I knew it was bad. I hadn't looked at the box score until just now.
Oh, my God.
How did he only have 9 carries? How?
I remember there was a bad fumble. They were actually entering the red zone, and he had a fumble there, which was that was my last hope on that drive. It was brutal. But it was hard. I'm 213 yards against this crap defense in total. And Tua looked like the best we've ever seen from him. 4 touchdown passes. He's without his main guy, and he's just spreading it everywhere. Did you see? I've got to send it to you. So you didn't see it's basically the same play, same result. Tua to Waddle from Alabama. And I believe that was a championship game in the same place because it was at Mercedes-Benz. It was wow, I couldn't believe it. But yeah, Tua was awesome. They were 7 for 15 on 3rd and 4th down. They couldn't end drives. And hand up, I'm someone who has given this Atlanta Falcons defense a little bit of credit here. How improved they are. The young guys are coming through. They looked like complete trash yesterday. They couldn't do anything. I wasn't even worried that London was out there. Oh, Kirk Cousins, it's fine. It doesn't even matter. Penix hasn't done much anyways. It's all about this run game, and Bijan is going to run wild over this Dolphins defense. Not the case. Maybe Mike McDaniel stays through the end of the season.
This is how Miami used to operate on 3rd and 4th down. Back when McDaniel first got there, they were very dangerous, and that danger has subsided. But a strange result. We get a lot of them in NFL seasons. A 7-point favorite loses by 24. That's just a disaster if you're Atlanta. Just a disaster. But you can't trust Atlanta. We've talked about that. Every time they win a big game, they take 2 steps back. So they win the big one against Buffalo and go loss. That's what the Falcons do. That's who the Falcons are. I was also pissed on Saturday because I had Mizzou and they're tied. I can't remember if it's 3-3 or 7-7. It doesn't matter. They're tied and they have first and goal against Vandy. And if you score, there's a good chance you take control and win this game. They get to second and goal at the 3. You have one of the best running backs in the country in Hardy. Give him the ball 3 times. 3 times. You give him the ball, right? Second and goal at the 3. They run some weird play. It gets stuffed. So now it's third and goal at the 2. Again, you have one of the best running backs in the country. They decide to pass on third and goal at the 2, incomplete. And then on fourth and goal at the 2, they run the quarterback who I thought at the time he broke his leg, and then they carted him off the field. And I'm like, oh, perfect. Second and goal from the 3, and you don't give your all-world running back 3 cracks at the end zone, they get stuffed, the quarterback gets carted off the field, and they lose the game. I'm like, well, that about does it for that bet. You know, you couldn't get in, and now the quarterback's hurt.
Yeah, a lot from over the weekend to talk about as far as college football. Of course, we will get to the firing of one Brian Kelly, some of the other results, and then there's some okay games next week, but it feels like it's shaping up to how it was this past week. We're not getting those mega matchups. It just isn't working out right now at this point in the season. And it's kind of ho-hum with the Heisman race too. Kind of like the NFL MVP, you're waiting for somebody to take over. We're waiting for somebody to take over when it comes to the Heisman race. We'll get to that coming up in the next hour. Up next, Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, will drop by. We'll also talk some trade deadline as well as everything else happening around the league. This is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out on this Monday morning. There's a lot happening. What do we have? Major League Baseball World Series back. Game number 3. That series is tied up at 1. We've got Monday Night Football, NBA, NHL. It's all happening right here. This is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You've got Bet Sweats, and this morning we are joined by NFL insider Jason La Canfora. He hosts the podcast Wanna Bet Insider Calls, brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Jason, a number of ways to start this conversation. Let's go Jets. That was sweet justice, wasn't it? For Justin Fields to get not only that win, but the way he performed after his owner just completely bus-tossed him, not even halfway through the season. Not that it's good for it to ever happen, just what Woody Johnson ended up doing to him. Good on Justin Fields for performing in that fashion with that great comeback victory yesterday.
I mean, the maturity and the vulnerability and the character and the passion and the professionalism that he displayed, Justin Fields, in the face of his owner being counter to all that, his owner being moronic, his owner being sophomoric, his owner being a juvenile, his owner never showing any accountability, his owner, I don't know, not really having to work for anything in his damn life, as best I can tell. Yeah, great win for the Jets. It is sort of a double-edged sword, though, because, Woody Johnson gets that win as well. Look, Justin Fields, I think, is a pretty extraordinary, exemplary young man who's been put in some situations that I think would be fairly untenable for any young quarterback. There's a part of me that will always wonder what would have happened last year if Mike Tomlin would have stuck with him. And there's a part of me that will wonder what would have happened if Fields was healthy enough to come back in late last season when the Steelers wanted to go back to him, when they realized, Russ is only good for about 3 or 4 weeks. I don't know where he's going. If I represented him, I'd be trying like hell to get him out of New York and get him traded somewhere. Tyrod Taylor, I guess, will be back soon. I think Justin Fields is going to have a long career. He's never going to be what he was drafted to be. But I think he's someone who's going to stick around, who's going to be able to help teams as a backup quarterback, as a spot starter. And I'm not entirely convinced there's no chance he goes somewhere in a quarterback competition and has a third act in his career, at least to some degree, like a Baker Mayfield has or a Sam Darnold. Maybe it turns out to be more like a Tyrod Taylor or a Jacoby Brissett. But I think Justin Fields is going to be sticking around, being a part of winning football teams eventually for a long time. And, I'm good on Aaron Glenn for getting that win. But I think Woody Johnson's Jets are going to be a losing proposition for a long time.
I really want them to get the number 1 pick and take another bust. Like, it's all I want. Is it fair? Like, maybe not, but I want it. I want it to happen.
Is it even fair to say that they took a bust or they busted the kid? Like, I think we really need to reframe what's going on here, because that young man, if he goes somewhere else and has any sort of an incubator around him, he's surrounded by people who know what they're doing. He's in a building where the owner isn't a clown. Like, he's someplace where there are guardrails and accountability and a normal sort of like individuals who are put in place and empowered, who are worthy of the position. You're in a culture that's not just sort of laughable, because that's what that kid is walking into. And I don't know who the coach is going to be, but Woody Johnson's picking him. So he probably won't be the right guy, and he probably won't have a great staff, and they probably won't be as prepared as they should be. It's a shame, but the common denominator in all of this is Woody Johnson. You had, 2.5 years where the Rex Ryan teams punched above their weight class, and that's it. In 25 years of Jets football, I mean, that's it in terms of what's been meaningful. And you show me the players they produced. Like, tell me, who, especially anything, quarterback, offensive skill players, who's really panned out? I mean, is it all them, or is it that horrible building with that horrible owner?
Jason, the Ravens win yesterday. They're sitting 2-5. Everybody else in the division loses. Yeah. Steelers lose last night, giving up a ton of yards to the Packers. You have that matchup, Love against Rodgers. Love was phenomenal. Kraft, awesome last night. But you wake up and, let me check out BetMGM. Let's see what those division odds are. The Ravens, a $1.20 favorite, -120. The 2-5 Baltimore Ravens. What do you think?
Yeah, look, I think they've dug themselves quite a hole now. Does everything collapse around them? I mean, I think that part of that Jet story we didn't talk about is Flacco played his ass off again, and that defense is just so horrific that, I mean, if Cincinnati holds on and wins, we'd be talking about the Bengals, and they get 2 cracks at the Ravens coming up, and that's not a good Ravens defense. And I think we'd be looking at the Bengals saying, my God, they might be viable, and maybe more than viable, maybe in first place when Burrow comes back. Devastating loss for them. The Baltimore Ravens are not a great football team. They found a way to beat the Bears. They did not turn the ball over. Snoop Huntley played exemplary football. For him, in that situation, I'm calling it exemplary. He was a game manager plus. Did not turn the ball over, used his legs wisely, helped them finish some drives on the ground, didn't bleep it up, and was able to sprinkle in some explosives to Zay Flowers. They got Bateman a little bit involved, not the deep stuff we're used to, but at least it wasn't a total nothing burger for him. So, getting Pat Ricard back is a big deal. I still think, the Bears were kind of their own worst enemy, not finishing some drives there, getting too cute with their personnel in the backfield, playing around. The Bears had a chance to be up maybe 14-0 in that game, and it might have been very differently. I still have major issues with the Baltimore Ravens defense. That could even show up 3 days from now in Miami. So we'll see. I'm a Ravens skeptic. We'll see. Is Lamar definitely playing in this game? We don't know that for sure. But yeah, look, that division, whoever wins it is going to be a flawed, probably deeply flawed football club that just found a way to win a tiebreaker.
How good's Drake May, Jason?
I think he's really good. I mean, we can keep talking about who he's played and who he hasn't played, but I mean, that's a day where Myles Garrett is getting off and wrecking things, and he still, he still finds a way to hang 30 points. I know the Browns defense doesn't travel as well, and it's not quite as good on the road, but I really think and thought Jimmy Schwartz was going to have that unit up for this one. And I think for the most part they were. And after a really slow start, and that's what you worry about as a they haven't been great at home for a long time, New England, right? Now all of a sudden there's expectations there. Oh, and it's a poor start, and we're messing around in this 9-7, 7-6 game, and we're not getting it going early. And the early game script with McDaniels wasn't great. So does his youth show? Does his inexperience show? And he just got better as the game went on, and it ended up being completely out of hand through 3 quarters. I think the kid is pretty special. And I mean, I don't know about MVP and all that, although you keep looking around this league and guys keep falling by the wayside, right? Through injuries or slumps or mini slumps. I'll be tracking those odds. I don't think I'll be playing any of those odds. But he's got a real head coach. And say what you want about McDaniels as a head coach, he's got a real coordinator who has developed quarterbacks. Again, even people like Jacoby Brissett, who was a mid-round pick there, he's still in the league. So, he's got the infrastructure that, some of these other guys have never had. So, yeah, I'm buying him, and I'm buying New England as a real viable AFC East division winner.
With NFL insider Jason LaCanfora, it's brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Monday Night Football, the Chiefs, a big favorite tonight. This number's come down a little bit. It's now sitting at 11. High total, 48, hosting the Commanders and Marcus Mariota. What do you think about tonight?
think the Chiefs are strutting their stuff and they're getting awful and strutting their stuff, and Andy Reid wants them to strut their stuff because like they didn't lose their mojo right on offense for like a few weeks. Like they lost it for, I don't know, a season and a half. I mean, you go back and look how long it's been since they were rolling up even 28 a game with regularity. And now they're starting to let you know when you come to Arrowhead, you better get to 33. You better at least get to 31. You probably got to get to 33 or 34 and maybe more. And I just don't think they take their foot off the gas until they get there. And I think against this Dan Quinn kind of vanilla, pretty pedestrian defense that's being gutted right now, that's without some key guys and doesn't have individual pass rush brilliance, I just think that's what it is. Like, I think the Chiefs win this game by double digits. Maybe not 12 or 11 and a half or 13, but I'm comfortable with 9.5 and building some things off of that. Like, I think they score over 27.5 and probably more, right? So you put those two together, Chiefs to win by 10, Chiefs to score 28, it'll get you plus money. Like, I think Mahomes does his thing. I mean, he's throwing for 3 touchdowns a game again. They're letting him stay in some of these games longer than you might think that are blowouts to get the 4th touchdown, to try to get the 5th touchdown if he's got 4 in the first half or 4 early in the third quarter. So I think that's there. The unveiling of Rice continues. We saw him show up with volume last week, right? 7 catches on 10 targets. What did Mahomes throw it? Only 32 times, 30 times because they were blowing out the Raiders. Still threw it 30 times. 1 of every 3 targets went to Rice. I don't know that he gets quite that target share this week, but like, do we start seeing him downfield? Do they start really flexing their muscles with the deep ball with him? I think so. I mean, his long reception, 22.5. Do I think he catches 5 balls? Do I think he gets at least 80 yards? I do. And I've been having fun playing these Rashard Smith receiving totals. And he does have 4 targets now in 3 of the last 4 games. He's got at least 4 targets in the last 3 home games. They're continue to give you really good plus money, plus 250, close to plus 300, 30 receiving yards and above. Like, he's got his niche there, and he's getting a ton of yak. Now, sometimes he's catching the ball deep behind the line of scrimmage, but I think he gets 30 receiving yards tonight. I think he's in the early script showing up a little bit. And I think, again, when the game starts getting out of hand, there's still those 3rd and 8 checkdowns to him where a lot of times he's still going to take it past the stick. So he's an intriguing talent. He makes people miss. I think they really like that element. I think he's going to keep showing up in the red zone a little bit. There's a touchdown waiting to happen with him. Yeah, and I think the Chiefs win pretty comfortably.
As we're talking, Baltimore is getting bet. Now, the market believes Lamar is in. That's why you hang Baltimore 7. But as we're talking, Baltimore is moving to 7.5 basically everywhere. My question to you, can we trust them? Is he playing? ?
I'm not on that. Like, I'm not getting on. I don't know what I'll be playing in that game. I'm not going to be laying the points on the road with the Ravens. Even if he plays, just bear in mind, we're talking over a month since he's had a real practice because there are no real practices this week. Today is a rehab day. It's a film day. Tomorrow's a glorified walkthrough. Wednesday, we're flying to South Beach. I've seen him go down to South Beach on a short week before, try to do too much, and the game completely blow up. Like, I don't know. Like, will you tell me, what are the Miami Dolphins? Like, what do you do with them? I don't know what to make of them. Like, Atlanta definitely sucks more than I thought. Zach Robinson is a total fraud who should have been fired weeks ago. But like, they did just put their big boy pants on, and an Atlanta team that had been pretty physical got mauled by Miami for 4 quarters. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I don't know that I'm going to be doing a whole lot Thursday night because I really don't know what to make of both these teams. Like, again, if Lamar plays, he is still a human being, like, who has not done much. Like, you can't, I think there's going to be rust. I think he was sacked 15 times before this injury. Like, is Ronnie Stanley playing in this game? He's in and out of every game. I don't know, man. This one's got a lot of like caution, what is it? Amber flashing lights, like caution, careful. I don't know. I doubt I will have as much on this game as I do a lot of these Thursday night standalone.
Jason, we only have about 30 seconds left. Trade deadline next Tuesday, 8 days away. Which names do we need to watch out for?
I think you always need to look out for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think you need to look out for the Buffalo Bills. I think you need to look out for the Pittsburgh Steelers, all probably looking for pass rush. I don't know that there's much out there, guys. This Hendrickson situation, I don't think they were going to trade him anyway. Now you're dealing with injuries. But I think one of those three teams will make something close to a power move.
All right, very good. NFL insider Jason La Canfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast, Wanna Bet. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Thank you, Jason. Best of luck with everything you do tonight, and I'll talk to you on Sunday morning. Joe O, Sammy P. We've got Monday morning market moves. We'll do college football, then the NFL here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, we do this every Monday. College football, then the NFL. Wow, I was just taking a glance this morning at these NFL numbers. They're moving. I don't know that we could really say the same so far for the college football numbers, but certainly a lot to get into. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, Sam on X at SP Shoot. I'm here at Joe Ostrowski. Thanks for checking out Bet Sweats. Appreciate each and every one of you. All right, the college football conversation. Let's not start it with a move on a number. How about some other numbers? How about a $54 million buyout? How about that number for one Brian Kelly? A lot of noise around it. We figured it was coming, and then you have that performance on Saturday night. The Sharps were on the LSU side. Everybody else on the opposite side. LSU at night, home dog, wasn't quite at 3. People were thinking that's the way to go. Well, how about a 24-point home loss to Texas A&M? That's exactly what LSU Tigers fans got. So now LSU is open. Sam, it's not Halloween. We've got Penn State, Florida, LSU, Oklahoma State, Stanford, UCLA. That was like after a couple weeks. Arkansas, Virginia Tech. I'm probably missing some. It's insane how many college jobs, and some of them big college jobs like this LSU one, currently already open.
I'm glad you brought up UCLA because one of the funniest tweets I saw this weekend after they got absolutely ragdolled by Indiana.
So good.
Did you see the tweet where they showed Tim Skipper, the actual interim coach, and they're like, oh, you want to show Tim Skipper after they lose by 50, but you want to show Neuheisel when they win, right? Like, it was so funny.
Nobody even knew that he was the head coach.
I laughed so hard because when they were winning all these games, they were showing Neuheisel. Like, all you saw was Neuheisel. And then they lose 56-6, and they show Tim Skipper on every tweet. And you're like, that is interesting that Neuheisel was getting all the credit when they're winning games. The offense scores 6 points, and they show Tim Skipper finally. I thought that was very funny. Whoever brought
So
that
true.
to the forefront deserved his flowers because that was a very, very funny tweet.
Remember where the room was at in that game?
Did they bet the dog?
UCLA plus 24.5.
In a season where a lot of these teams are in battles week after week. I mean, look, I've bet a bunch of Bama, and I've got Ty Simpson stock. Bama's been in some freaking battles, man. They've been in a lot of games where they maybe could have lost. Not Indiana. Indiana just destroying teams. Well, I take that back. The game against Iowa was tight. But that's what happens when you go to Iowa. They dominated Oregon. They pummel Michigan State. And then they beat UCLA 56-6. It feels like most teams are in a lot of tight games, except for Ohio State and Indiana for the most part.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Alabama because we've talked about spot-wise. Man, when is it going to happen? When is the other team going to cover? Well, it finally happened. That game was hanging in the balance on the road at South Carolina. Bama wins by 7. The number, though, was 11.5. We finally got that spot where if you were fading Alabama, where we don't walk away and say, wow, another impressive win for the Tide. That was a win, but that felt more about survival on Saturday.
That was like the only game I won on Saturday. I took 4 underdogs, and 3 of them lost. I had LSU. I mean, you go to the half, you feel good about it, and then you turn on the third quarter, and you're like, they're not going to cover. You know that one right away. And then I thought Paul had a pretty funny point before the show, like Brian Kelly's undressing the special teams coordinator verbally. It's like, dude, stop. It's not his fault you guys are getting torqued. You're just not a good team right now. But I had, who did I have? I had Mizzou. Mizzou was right there, and then the quarterback, injures his
Right
foot,
there.
gets carted off the field. Had LSU, and then I had another dog that did not get home. I can't remember who it was. But South Carolina was nice. Yay, go me.
Did you have North Carolina?
No, I didn't. I didn't lay the points either. Can't remember who my
Nate
other
Collins,
dog
we
was.
need to talk, buddy. You said they were going to
That
lay
was
it on him.
way-
Overtime? Overtime? What's going
Way
on?
too close for comfort. Oh, Toledo. I had
17.
Toledo. Oh, Toledo was the
Okay.
other dog I had. Just like, all the favorites on Saturday, and then all the favorites on Sunday. And I'm a dog guy. Just like, all right, what
You're
else
not
could
a
go
dog
wrong?
guy. That's been established.
Well,
Not a dog guy.
underdog guy, not a dog guy.
Brian Kelly news. LSU. So, okay, at the top, I guess Florida's still in there. Of course, Penn State as well. Is this right now, by margin, the best available job?
I don't know. What I do know is that Lane Kiffin's agent is going to just pit all these schools against each other. Right? If you're Lane Kiffin right now, you have a really nice contract at Ole Miss, and now Florida's interested, and LSU is probably interested. You just got the Bermuda Triangle right there. You just have them all fight each other and see who's the most desperate. I think it's LSU. I think Florida's a great job, though, because of all the recruits that come out of Florida. I think that's always a very underrated job. When we talk about the big marquee jobs in the SEC, and we talk about Alabama and Georgia and, all these teams, I think Florida is still sort of an underrated job. I mean, look what Urban Meyer did there. All you got to do is win and recruit. Now, easier said than done, I guess. But, I mean, Florida's a sleeping giant. If you get the right coach in there that knows how to recruit and reaps the benefits of developing said recruits. It's a national championship hotbed if done correctly. Same with LSU, though. Which job do you think is better?
LSU.
Yeah.
They just paid him $54 million to go away. Would you rather take an LSU job or Penn State? Honestly, if you still have that Penn State stink, sorry, Dykstra. But yeah, it's tough. And you're always going to be compared to that guy forever. It's about Joe Pa. I think so too. I think LSU is certainly a better job, and they will pay you a lot of money to go away. We've been seeing that with the last few coaches that they have fired. Like, I wouldn't be crying if I'm Brian Kelly this morning. You're not feeling great, but also knowing what's to come. How much? I think he's getting like $800K a month for like ever. It's crazy.
Wow,
crazy what he's going to get.
Good for him.
Yeah, how about it? Do you think it's such a job that maybe this is the one that Dan Lanning would leave for?
I don't know, man. I don't know why he would leave. He's got everything he wants at Oregon. You think he would really leave for LSU? I don't think so. I think he's got a better job now just because there's not as much competition. You go
I'm
to
thinking
LSU,
big names. Yeah.
You got to
true.
compete with Bama. You got to compete with Georgia. You got to compete with Tennessee and Texas and Oklahoma. In the Big Ten, you got to deal with Ohio State and Indiana. Which mountain is easier to climb?
Well, there are some big names that we talked about, and we laughed at the idea about going to Penn State, quite honestly. But if we're establishing that this is a better job, one of the best jobs out there, everything's open. Talked about Lane Kiffin. We're like, ooh, Dan Lanning. No, he's turned down big jobs in the past. I think Bama was one of them. He turned down big jobs that maybe he would look at this as being the right one. What if they go down the Notre Dame road again? Call Marcus Freeman. If it's a better job, maybe there's a chance. Maybe. Here's another name that I find fascinating that did come up in the Penn State conversation. Which coach got all the credit for the LSU championship?
Joe Brady.
What about that? Is this job too big for him right now?
I just don't know that he wants to recruit. You've started to hear some rumblings about Joe Brady that he just wants to coach. And if that's the case, he stays in the NFL. If he wants to recruit and deal with NIL and the portal and all that, he's going to have his pick of the litter. But I don't know that he wants to do that. I don't know. I've heard some people say that he wants to just coach. I do have odds for you. Dave Mason put up LSU Tigers' next head coach odds. The favorite is John Sumrall, plus 150. Then Joe Brady, 2-1. Lane is 4. James Franklin is 6. Drinkwitz is 8. Jeff Brom is 12.
You can't hire James Franklin. You can't. That's a non-starter.
I wouldn't.
He's at that next tier right now. Just leaving Penn State, getting fired from that job. Oh, has he been doing the media tour? Oh, he's everywhere, man. He's going to explain his side of the story. Last week, my wife kept saying, why is he on there? Why do they want to talk to him? I'm like, if you want to come on my show, I'd want to talk to him too. It's like, yeah, I guess.
I'd talk to him. Can we book James Franklin?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no retread. There's no other big name. Like, you're a Fox guy. Herb's done, right?
I don't think Herb's coaching again. I don't. I have no opinion on that, or no intel on that. That's my opinion. Herb's on the list, though. Herb's 25-1. John Gruden, 40-1.
Oh, of course.
Nick Saban, 75-1 to be the next LSU head coach again. You won a title there. Yeah. Who says you can't go home? Think about this.
Hilarious.
What if some school came to the Saban residence, knocked on the door, and said, we're going to give you $15 million a year? You think he'd do it?
Yes. I think he misses it. I think he would love to do it. But he probably doesn't want to deal with LSU playing Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Probably doesn't want to deal with that. But I think he'd love to. Especially now you've got these general managers at these colleges that are doing a lot of the recruiting, a lot of the BS that he doesn't want to do. You've got so many recruiting coordinators, and it's established which ones are great at it. He would probably steal one of those and pay him well. So, yeah, mate, I think there is a way for him to just worry about the coaching, and that's probably what he wants to do. Like, we were talking about it at the time. That's why he left. But maybe there's a way around it where somebody would be so desperate. Belichick missed it. I think Saban misses it.
Yeah, it's got a cushy job, but we shall see. As for some of the games, I marked these in the morning. They're betting against Indiana. Okay, good luck. This number opened 22, and now we're 21.5. A couple 21s on the board. That's Maryland at home against Indiana. Good luck betting against Signetti. That guy just keeps running it up. Another game that's moving, at least has moved in the last 10 minutes or so, USC at Nebraska. This number opened 6.5, and now we're out to 7. USC favored on the road in Lincoln. I kind of lean to the dog there, catching 7. And then this one hasn't really moved as of late, but it's definitely moved since the summer when Ohio State was a 3.5 point favorite against Penn State. That was the game of the year line in the summer.
Wow.
They reopened it, Joe, at 20.5.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's phenomenal. Good stuff. Did you mention Texas there? I don't believe you did. Texas Vandy? That's a big game. 2.5, 3 so far. Both 3-1 in the SEC in Austin. Another one that stands out. Oklahoma at Tennessee. Tennessee, a 3.5 point home favorite against the Sooners. Oklahoma goes down again.
A lot of people are going to wonder why Texas is favored. You're going to hear that. I think Vanderbilt's going to be a very trendy dog this week, and the books will probably need Texas to win and cover. What do you think?
Yep, they were a trendy dog last week. What do you think? They win and cover? Pavia is 5th in the Heisman odds now. 8-1 over at BetMGM.
He had like 160 yards of offense.
How much did that number go down? Good. Was it cut in half?
He was 7 or 8-1 morning of the game.
Stayed the same. Okay.
Marcel Reed was the big riser. Reed was the one that came up a bunch in the Heisman market.
Yep. Yeah, still Simpson, Mendoza at the very top, and it's been chronicled. We've gone over it, how it is changing on a weekly basis. most of the year. But now it's kind of, okay, they're keeping Simpson, Mendoza at the top, and right there as the third favorite saying, like you, I don't see that happening. I don't see it where he leapfrogs all of these quarterbacks. He's alone at the top where he gets all the credit for the Buckeyes' success.
Their defense has 6 NFL guys on it, and Matt Patricia running the show. That's their best part of the team.
Yep, no doubt. Joe O, Sammy P, up next. Monday morning market moves in the NFL. A number of games have already moved 2 to 3 points. We'll identify those for you here on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. on the BetMGM network.
Just hit up the Monday morning market moves in college football. Let's do the same for the NFL. A lot of numbers have changed from where we were just a week ago, and we want to talk about that. But Sam, when it comes to this week's card, we had our complaints about this past week with 6 buys. We didn't have many great games. 1 o'clock Eastern slate was pretty terrible. It was all blowouts, even the upsets outside of Jets Bengals. Everything else was a blowout. But we can't complain when we've got the Chiefs at the Bills. Nothing to cry
not
about,
at all.
right? Yep,
Nope.
We've got Chiefs Bills. That is your late afternoon, not Sunday Night Football. It is a late afternoon window, the game that everybody is going to be watching. And going into the Chiefs game tonight, the Chiefs are favored. So obviously this could change, but let's talk about it, man. This is the game. Every guest we have this week, we're going to make sure that we clear out a few minutes to talk about Chiefs Bills. The Chiefs right now installed as a short road favorite, -1.5, total of 51 and a hook.
Ooh. I was hoping that the Bills weren't going to win by 1,000,000 points yesterday, so we could get like a 2.5 or maybe a 3. Not going to happen when you win by 30 points. So now Buffalo is starting to feel itself. I think McDermott had a lot to do with the game plan yesterday defensively. So we'll see how that plays out. I think he took over some of the play calling there, so that'll be something to pay attention to for sure. But I wonder, is Buffalo going to go off the favorite here? That's sort of where my first thought comes from, because they opened at 1.5 and now we're at 1 already. Circa's at 1, yep. Superbook, South Point, BetMGM, all at 1.
Mm-hmm.
Bill's the favorite, maybe? Maybe.
Okay, let's say Commanders cover. 10-point game tonight. Chiefs win. Think we end up going with the Bills as a favorite?
Maybe during the game, Buffalo gets bet to the favorite.
Oh, wow.
Could.
Wow. That would be
What
amazing.
if the Commanders go up 10-0? What do you think is going to happen to that game next week?
Yeah,
Don't bet it.
It's going to happen. It's going to be Bills. They're going to take the home dog. 100%. There's probably going to be some maneuvering all week. We could see favorite flips, maybe multiple times. It's possible. Sharp money could move it. It's going to be really interesting. Game of the week. There's no doubt about it. Everybody's going to be talking about it. Be curious to see where we are tomorrow morning after the results of what we have tonight, or like you mentioned during the game. There is one game that is the biggest mover from the look ahead line. This has moved 3 points through the 10. Well, now we're back at 10 at some spots. But there's still some 10.5s out there. Chargers at the Titans. Chargers, a massive favorite. Extra rest going at the Titans. We saw the big performance on Thursday night as they housed the Minnesota Vikings and Carson Wentz and company. And the Tennessee Titans, no chance once again yesterday against the Colts. They are a dead team walking here in the middle of the season. What do you think about the Chargers going to 10.5 on the road?
Every bone in my body wants to take the points, but I just
don't do it, dude.
No,
Nope.
I'm good. I mean, I had to say that though. Like I'm attracted to the 10-point home dog. Nah.
Another game with a 3-point adjustment. Oh, this is going to be hard.
Are you going to take Atlanta? Is that where you're going?
Of course, that's where I'm going.
I knew it.
I don't know that I'm going to take them. But nobody's going to bet them. I don't know what they're going to do on a week-to-week basis. I have no idea which team is going to show up. But now it's New England -5.5. The look ahead was -2.5. And they move it through the 3, 4, and 5 based on what the Falcons did. I would say it was kind of expected. Maybe the Patriots exceeded expectations a little bit yesterday against Cleveland. I will say they did. They did, because that's a tough Browns defense, even though the team overall stinks. But New England -5.5. How far is this game going to go? Nobody's going to want to bet the Falcons off what they saw against the Niners and then yesterday against the Dolphins.
I could take the Falcons because I didn't bet Atlanta yesterday, so I'm not feeling in some weird mode where I can't get there. Like I probably, I mean, I understand you had Atlanta and Survivor and stuff, so you hate their guts. Yeah. This is the time to get there, though, especially if you get a 6.
100%.
We get out to 6, Atlanta plus 6. Yeah, I'll have Atlanta.
I think we're going to get to 6. Do you?
Very possible. To already be 5.5 on Monday morning, mind you. I don't think you're going to see a lot of Atlanta support the next couple days.
Maybe we should just do first half.
Maybe we should do money line. Maybe we should do money line.
Oh, the loss is coming. It's just a matter of when. God, well, we got to find out about London and Penix and all. You're not betting it with Cousins, are you?
No, I think Penix is going to play. I have to write this down now so I remember. Falcons. Atlanta. Money line. I'm writing that down just to remember that. I'm going to write Monday so I know exactly what I had this premonition. Okay. We can move on now.
I don't have to push very hard to get you to fade the Patriots.
I didn't bet against them yesterday. It's been a couple weeks actually. Yeah, I didn't get there yesterday with Cleveland. Bartender had New England. He texted me, he goes, Drake May can't be stopped. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, they're going to lose. And at half, it was a game. It was 9-7 at half. You're like, oh, this is the game they go down. And then Drake May just took over in the third quarter. But I could tell when you were setting that up, I knew exactly where you were going. I could just sense it.
All these games on the board. I mean, yeah. It's tough. It's tough to bet Atlanta. The Atlanta side is challenging as well. All right. After last night, here we got a big mover. Green Bay. Is it going to be Andy Dalton? Maybe. It's now 12.5. It was 10.5. I know 11, 12. They're not key. But, man, we're getting out to a monster number. This will be the most popular play in Survivor. Green Bay hosting the Panthers.
Get your Tucker Craft props early. Bet them on Wednesday or Thursday morning because those suckers are going to float. Once they get hung, they will get bet. And now you're going to pay that Tucker Craft tax. You're going to see Kraft have props a lot like Prime Kelsey. Like that's where we're going to get to. You're going to have to lay $1.40 anytime touchdown. You're going to have to bet over like 78.5 or 82.5 or something like that. You're going to get the full throttle overreaction to Kraft, who's been very, very good. I don't think the Packers are losing. I still don't know how good the Packers are, but they only have one loss and one tie. That Sunday night game against Dallas, that shootout on Sunday night. So they've done everything that they've been supposed to do for the most part. And now you're looking at a number. I see 13 at a couple books, one in Vegas, one offshore. BetMGM has 12.5. Green Book has 11.5. There's no real consensus price on this game so far.
A lot of games that have moved a bunch. Thursday night, are they playing in between again? Are they waiting on confirmation for Lamar? Certainly seems that way. -7.5 at Miami. So Baltimore, the team suddenly has life after taking down the Bears with Huntley. Miami might have a little life. They destroy the Falcons. And now they're the home team getting 7 and a hook. What do you think?
Well, Schefter said on Saturday that he was playing Thursday, or at least that was the plan. So I'm under the impression that the market is operating as if Lamar is going to play. And when they opened at 7, that was pretty telling to me. I mean, it's hard to make Baltimore a 7-point road favorite without Lamar. So I think this is a 90% in number. And then when we were talking to Jason Lockenfora during that segment, they were betting the 7. So the books were saying he's in, and then the market still laid the 7 out to 7.5. So that's a Lamar in number to me.
And if he's officially in, it probably goes to 8, maybe.
Could
Something
be
like that.
Sure.
Yeah. But we're not talking about a massive move there. It is strange to look at the board and just see that Detroit at some spots is favored by 9.5 against Minnesota. I know the situation. We know the current state of the two teams. The lines looked great last week. Tough spot here, off a bye, all that. Vikings look terrible again on Thursday. But it does, I don't know about you, Sam, but it gives me a little bit of pause. I'm not saying I want to bet on Carson Wentz because I don't. But when you see the 8.5, 9, now apparently it's going to be McCarthy, right? That's the idea. That's what they were saying yesterday. We'll see until it's official.
He's back? Is he back?
What week did they say? I forgot if I think they said week 9. I mean, I don't know. He's got kids. He's busy.
I don't believe them. I just don't believe the Minnesota regime with anything they say.
Yeah.
Until I see him back under center, I don't believe them.
Would you bet on him if he's in?
It's a big number. 8.5, 9's a big number. Is it not? Divisional game?
Big number. Mm-hmm. It's a lot.
You're right,
It's in
though,
Detroit,
on Wentz. I need to know for sure that Wentz is not starting. If Wentz is out there, I have no interest. None.
Yeah. Another big number. This is going to be an obvious week for Survivor. It's the Rams. This thing's almost 2 touchdowns against the Saints. We didn't talk about it. Rattler gets benched mid-game for the guy that we thought was going to start all season, Tyler Shuck. Rattler turning the ball over again. They're like, enough's enough. I'm assuming Rattler's not going to play next week, or at least not going to start. But the Rams, time to prepare for this one. They should destroy them at home against the Saints.
That's a Survivor look for sure. I'm sure you're going to have some Rams in your envelope, no?
Yeah, 100%. Some Rams, some Packers. Those are the obvious looks. A lot of options again. I mean, the Chargers we got 3 double-digit games already?
Yep. 3 of them.
Yep.
And the Bears are favored in Cincy.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not for me. Not for me. Missing all that secondary against Flacco, Jamar Chase. Oh, my God. Every game he's going off, whether they end up winning or losing. Joe O, Sammy P. We hand out Monday moons on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade them to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Monday Moons, we hand them out every Monday here on Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. We get everybody involved here as well on the show, handing out to the Moons, even Gerch. Gerch is the last one, and he's always the most exciting, no matter what. Monday Moons, we hand them out. Sometimes we have to dig for certain kinds of moons that we didn't know existed, but we are positive in this segment. We are cheery. Sam, where you going? Give out some props. Moons.
First moon is the blue moon, which I will give to the Buffalo Bills. I know several people have said that the Bills season is over, even though they were 4-2, tied for first in the AFC East. Like, all right, I guess if you have a Bills bet, you might as well burn it. Whatever. They did what they needed to do, and I saw what I needed to see. 40-9. You were a 7-point favorite. The market was a little bit low on you, and you came out and you whooped ass. You held the Panthers to 240 yards. They only had 3 field goals in the game. That's what you're supposed to do. When the chips are stacked against you, you're supposed to bounce back. And they did that. I thought they were very, very powerful yesterday, and I liked what I saw. I don't think the season's over. I do think actually they gave up a touchdown and then they missed the PAT. So Panthers did get a touchdown at the 10-minute mark of the fourth quarter, but whatever. I mean, it was 40-3. Buffalo pounded them. And I'll tell you what, the narratives are going to change when the Bills beat the Chiefs on Sunday. We're going to hear a different tune about those Buffalo bets. I'm telling you right now, You know where I'm going to bet. You know what I'm going to do on Sunday. I'm going to have the Bills, especially if you're giving me a point or a pick'em game. Remember, when these two played in Buffalo last year, Buffalo was a 2.5-point favorite. I remember because I teased Kansas City to 8.5, and Josh Allen ripped my soul out on that play at the end of the game. They won by 9. I'll never forget that. That was one of the worst beats I've had in teasers. It's like, I'll take the Chiefs. I'll take the 2.5 to 8.5, and then Allen, I'm going to run this in. I'm not going to slide either, Sammy P. I'm not going to slide. I'm going to ruin your bet. So I give blue moon to the Bills. Full moon, I have admitted multiple times on the show that I was wrong about Drake May. I don't know that I was wrong. I wasn't sure if he was good. No, I was definitely incorrect. He just keeps doing it. And people keep saying, well, let's see him do it against a good team or a good defense. Check. He's done it against the Browns defense now. One of the best in the league. So I just continue to be impressed. And his ability to make adjustments inside games is spectacular. He's got that factor, that it factor, where when things are going sideways, he's still good enough to make these plays and make these pinpoint throws down the field with incredible accuracy. He's a fun player. And I know the radio guys here in Boston just love having this. There was a guy this morning who said Brady couldn't even make these throws in year 2. I'm like, here we go. Here we go. I mean, Brady didn't have to. Brady had a really good defense. I'm not making the comp, but I turned it on this morning just to hear what they were talking about. Brady didn't make those throws. He didn't make those throws in year 2. Maybe not. I don't remember. I didn't follow. I didn't watch. I was like 12 years old. I'll take their word for it, though. And then number 3 is the cold moon. I give the cold moon to myself because rather than rake all the leaves that fell on Saturday, I told myself, I'll do it Monday. It's 47 degrees. I get the cold moon because I will be raking leaves in the cold.
Yeah. It's that time of the year. On the Bills front, you said when they win, when they beat the Chiefs. We heard it a lot. There are people on this network saying that betting on the Bills to win the Super Bowl is a waste of money. Do you think the Bills will be added as the 6th or 7th team to Super Bowl lists after they win?
No, I don't think you can do that after
Hold out hope.
proclaiming that you've already won it. Yeah, I mean, when you say the Chiefs are winning it, I don't think you can change it.
You can't flip to the Bills if they lose in the regular season.
I guess you could.
You can't take both the Chiefs and Bills. Yeah, you've got to pick one at least between those two. Okay.
I have said time and time again, I will not be changing my pick. You will never hear me this season say the Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl.
You're at least going to be in there's no doubt. There's probably not going to be a reason unless Josh Allen were to go down for you to change your pick, because they're going to be in the mix and they're probably going to be in the Final Four, right? It's probably going to be the two of those teams in the very end. All right. Interesting. Man, you're right about Drake May. Good call there. I didn't even put him on my list because now he's been so good that I'm just used to it. I'm used to these great performances. We'll see if he has another one coming everybody's way. Quarter moon. Handing out a quarter moon because this performance happened in a loss. But man, Myles Garrett was a monster yesterday. The dude had 5 sacks and nobody even noticed. This is living in the backfield. But the Patriots and Drake May were so good that didn't even come to matter in the second half of that game. But I want to give him a little bit of credit. The dude is still busting ass. You know, there was this idea that he won't care and what he said about the contract negotiation. Once he gets paid, that he's not going to give a damn. He still gives a damn. That guy is out there fighting. 5 sacks on the day. I'm sure I haven't even looked. I'm sure he's going to be your favorite for Defensive Player of the Year when you have a 5-sack day like that. But I'm going to give a quarter moon to one Myles Garrett. Here's a half moon. I don't think this guy's name has been mentioned today. CJ Stroud. Under the radar. An excellent performance yesterday. He has no offensive line. He did not take a sack. He did not have his number 1 receiver in Nico Collins. He didn't have his number 2 guy in Christian Kirk. And his offense still puts up 475 yards. A guy that's been ragged on ever since his rookie campaign. I think CJ Stroud should get some credit, especially after having a comfortable win over San Francisco yesterday. CJ Stroud gets a half moon. So we got Garrett. Well, he sort of helped out Jordan Love. I guess they didn't talk pregame. They were watching every step that each one of them took throughout the game, and it wasn't even close. Jordan Love ran laps around Aaron Rodgers last night. What an incredible performance in a big spot, Sunday Night Football on the road. Many people like me expecting the Steelers to somehow find a way and win that game. They're up 16-7. 16-7, and Jordan Love and Kraft say, oh, that's cute. Watch this. And they run away with the ball game. Ends up being a no-doubter. So Hunter Moon, for all the Packers fans, even Horvey, out there for one, Jordan Love. Those are my 3. Paul Aspen, where are you going with your Monday Moons?
So I will start with the New York Jets and a green moon to the Jets, who I just thought, I just wanted them to get inside the 6.5. And once they, there we go. That's some nice AI generated images for you guys. once they got the 2-point conversion in, I was just hoping for them to get inside the number. But Justin Fields, the Jets, Aaron Glenn, they get a win. So they will not be going 0-17. Second moon, orange moon to the Bears and the room. And still not covering the 6.5. All the Bears tears.
Sad bear. Look at the sad bear on YouTube.
That's my favorite. That was the best.
Yeah.
I wish I would have sent my moons in early now. Damn. I wish I would have sent mine in. We would have had. Damn it.
We got some time left to work on those future weeks. So, look, in contests, we've been on, I'm sure a couple of us have been on the wrong side of the free square play in contests so many times So I actually just stuck with the Ravens -6.5 in contest. Like I bet money line when it came crashing down on the news that Lamar was out. There was like a boost at BetMGM to get it to like +102. I think the true price was -130 when the news first came out. But like in contest, I actually went the other way, and I was like, I've been on the free square with like a Kyler Murray injury, and the line moves 6 points, and they still don't get inside the number. So Moon to the room and the Bears, and the last moon. I mean, this is more of a case of the Mondays. Ocean Moon. God, man, the Dolphins. It was, of course, they're going to kill me with a couple survivor entries, killing the Falcons, trusting the Falcons, and like what? And Joe, I don't know about you. All right, Michael Penix is out. I was like, all right, Kirk Cousins, we're okay. Dan Aspen and I are going back and forth. All right, yeah, we're still okay with this. Put it in Saturday morning. Sunday morning, Drake London's out. I'm like, oh no. Oh man, it's just a little piece at a time. And Dan, also being a Dolphins fan, just knew they were going to kill him. So,
really,
Ocean Moon, yeah.
If you were in a pool where you could have edited the selection, would you've done it?
The 2 pools I could edit Sunday morning, I did. I actually had predetermined not to, just to split it up, but I would have. Yeah, I went Chiefs, which how does that possibly lose tonight? And Colts. So 2 bullets left pending tonight.
All right. Very good. Man, I think next week's going to be easier. Paul, I don't know for Survivor if you looked 2 weeks from now. So that would be week 10. So week 9, we talked about 3 double-digit favorites. None of them have been used very much. Week 10 is the week, man. That's the bloody week. It's like there's good luck. Good luck figuring it out. I don't even know where you would go. Right now, if you look at week 10, the biggest favorite is the Bills, and they're on the road in a divisional matchup at Miami. Denver,
Jets.
Most people already used them. They've got Vegas. Like there's not a lot of places to go.
Jets, Browns. Pick a side.
Bears,
Revolver.
Giants is going to be a game that people land on.
Sure.
For Survivor
Saints,
Live.
Panthers. What? Oh,
it's a tough
man.
Week. It's week 10. Week 10. Enjoy week 9 because I think it's going to be fairly easy. Week 10 is going to be the week that's very tough for a lot of people. No moon for Gerch. No positivity in his world. Indiana won by too much.
They won by 50. That would be Red Moon.
The moon out to the Hoosiers. No, doesn't want to give it out because
they should definitely get a moon for winning 56-6. That would justify. That's the definition of moon. You blasted that team to the moon. I was also thinking during the intro, this could be a segment here, Paul. If we have Gracie on near the 18th hole, wink, wink, to predict our futures. What do you think about that?
Oh, no.
I mean, can we find out what she's going to – I mean, do we want to find out what she's going to say
I'm scared.
First? Yeah, right. I don't know if I want to know. Like, that's –
I love the idea. I'm just scared what she's going to say.
She's like, I see a rope. And they go, no, more mission. Yeah. Nope. Sorry, Gracie. We're done. We're done here.
Cutting it off. Yep.
Yep.
What's his name? Brooks? You're kind of like Brooks. Oh, no. Shawshank.
Oh, God. Great idea, though.
I love the idea,
in theory. Yeah.
I would be scared to go. There she is. Gracie Moon.
Gracie Moon.
She just tells me, I see a long unemployment stint for you, right? Like, oh, thanks.
Just don't. Man. Okay. I think that's a great idea, though.
Yeah.
I'm down. I mean, why not? Why not? Don't be scared.
What if it's something really bad? Jail.
But then isn't it's like, oh, I can change this. It's like, but then you like to avoid it, you probably actually just self-fulfill the prophecy of whatever it is she says. It's a tricky spot to be in.
Yeah.
Like a bus ride. I don't know. Hey.
The bus.
Is that Jake? Is Jake picking you up on the way to the office?
Gracie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Jake working today? I don't even know. Doesn't matter.
TBD.
Who is? All right. We've got World Series game number 3. Saturday, pretty easy. Turn on that game. You saw it right away. Dodgers won that comfortably. It's a 1-1 series, so Dodgers back to your $2 favorite. We'll talk about tonight's game. Got a $2 money line. The matchup, what to do with some of these futures. That's next. Joe O, Sammy P. Also, The Room. What is The Room doing for Monday Night Football? Keep it here on BetSlex.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Popped up, left side. Yamamoto goes the distance again.
Yes, he did. Game number 2 goes to the LA Dodgers. Now it's a 1-1 set. Minus 220. Dodgers, your favorite to win the World Series. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You've got BetSweats, BetMGM Network. And now we move forward. And we've got 3 games in 3 days, no matter what. We've got game 3 tonight. Game 4 on Tuesday, Game 5 on Wednesday. The scene changes now. They move the series over to LA. Tonight's matchup is going to be Glasnow against Scherzer. We'll get to that coming up in a moment. We'll get to the room as well on everything. Got a sports equinox going down tonight. But Sam, I know you've been keeping up to speed with it. We've got some NFL news that is coming out this morning.
Yeah, Shefty with a couple nuggets here. I guess this one's sort of a big deal for anybody that's holding Bills futures. Bills fear that standout defensive tackle Ed Oliver tore his bicep and will be sidelined indefinitely per sources. He's undergoing an MRI to confirm the injury. That would be a huge loss for them. There's a guy who just had multiple injury issues. But Shefty, within the last half hour, Ed Oliver, Bills fear that he has torn his bicep. Not great. And then as for the quarterbacks that are all going to potentially return this week, it sounds like good news for these 3 franchises. Schefter says these 3 are expected to return. Lamar for the Ravens, J.J. McCarthy for the Vikings, and Kyler Murray for the Cardinals. All expected back this week.
All right. Okay, there you have it. So the Detroit number is interesting. I see it as low as 8. At Circa, I see it as high as 9.5 at some other spots, and BetMGM is sitting at 8.5. So there's going to be some adjustment there. Now that we know it's going to be McCarthy, that was the word yesterday. So there's your expectation. You know, when inactives were coming out, you were on the air, but it's 90 minutes before the game start. Inactives are coming out, and I was annoyed that the newsmakers were making a big deal about a quarterback that hasn't played it down yet. Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt. And now I'm sitting here. And now I'm wondering, is he still hurt? Because it's going to happen sometime soon. Shedur's going to play. If Shedur Sanders is healthy, we might be getting to that point pretty soon where they're going to want to figure out what they have. Okay, do we have anything in either of these 2 quarterbacks that we drafted? Not saying that they have to make the decision long-term on both of them this season. But if Gabriel continues to struggle, which was expected given what he has to work with and, you know, the level of quarterback that he is, you know, he's a mid-round quarterback. That's what he is. Sanders is going to get some run. And I'm very curious about, I'm sure there's infighting, agreement, disagreement on when that should happen. But we know Sanders is going to get some run here. And if he lights some sort of a spark, that's going to be a massive story. So with that loss yesterday, I do understand why there is a lot of chatter around Sanders' injury.
Do you think it would happen like in the next couple days, or what are you thinking? What's the timeline there?
Well, they're probably going to want a pretty good landing spot for him. I don't think Gabriel is so bad, like it's all him, where you've got to pull him immediately. But you look at what's happened since he's gotten into the lineup. They've lost 3 of 4. So he's had 4 games. It's the bye week, and it's the Jets next. If you are looking for a cushy landing spot, it would be week 10 at the Jets, their next game. If you want to wait a little bit longer, week 14 against Tennessee. It's a home game against the Titans. The defense plays better at home. That would certainly be part of it. But I would think it's week 10 or week 14. That's what I would be looking at. Week 12 at Vegas isn't bad either. Like that's another good spot. They do have some weak opponents in the second half of the season where it would make sense to bring them in then.
You already know they're going to win that first game too. And he's going to be doing this.
I can't wait to bet it
all week.
I can't.
You already know. You know it's going to happen.
Would you rather him win it, or would you rather him get embarrassed a little bit be brought down to earth?
I don't dislike Shedeur. I just think he was a little much in college, but that worked for them. I mean, it worked for Shedeur and Travis Hunter. It got Colorado back on the map. I think he was certainly humbled by that draft slide. So if anything, I kind of felt for the kid when he was just falling and falling and falling. I have nothing against him. Not anymore.
Sure. All right, let's get to baseball. We'll do that, and then we'll jump in the room, leave plenty of time because we've got a lot to get to. This series is tough to bet on a game-to-game basis, Sam. We've got Glasnow on the bump for the Dodgers, Scherzer going for the Blue Jays, game number 3. And game number 3 over at BetMGM has the Dodgers installed as a $2 favorite. The total, 8.5. The series price, just over $2, minus 220. The Dodgers are the favorite there. So the game 3 price and the series price, very similar.
The totals have caught up. You know, they opened this one at 8 after 7.5 in game number 1, and we had the fireworks show, and now we're 8.5. So it opened 8 and has been bet up. BetMGM has 8.5 under minus 120. I lean over still at 8.5. I think your point about betting the game-to-game stuff is interesting because you really just have to decide whether you like the Blue Jays or not. I don't want to lay $2 in a World Series game. So the way I view it is, do I want to bet Toronto at plus 170, 175, or do I just pass? As somebody holding a Blue Jays future ticket, I don't feel the need to really add much more. I also, when they won game 1, we were talking about, you know, what to do. We had that listener that had a huge bet on the Blue Jays at 55-1. And I didn't hedge. I saw after Toronto won game 1, the price went to minus 115 each way. And I did not jump in on the Dodgers. So I just feel like from where I sit, just ride this out, see what happens. I don't expect to make a bet on any of the sides unless we get to, you know, game 6 and Toronto's up 3-2. Then I might, you know, maybe I'll bet some Dodgers in that scenario. But I don't feel the need to invest any more than I already have on Toronto. So I'm pretty good here. I do lean to the over tonight, but not going to get a ton of my money given the position I'm already in.
Yeah, I'm not really all that interested in game number 3. Both starters have been very successful in the playoffs. Glasnow just been unbelievable. Yeah, he's been a lot better than Scherzer, but I don't want to slight Scherzer in any way either. Glasnow, an 0.68 ERA in his 3 games, 2 starts so far in the playoffs. And Scherzer's been great, maybe a little unexpected. Want to give him credit, but not to the level of Glasnow. Do they push Glasnow a little bit? We've seen this from the Dodgers, where with their starters, they're pushing him much more, and it's working. So I don't think they're going to make any changes here. So that'll be interesting. We got so used to over the years, the Dodgers, a couple times through the lineup, let's pull them. Like, no, they're letting their guys go longer in these games, which I think is obviously the right decision. Look at the position they're sitting in. Did you do anything with the Dodgers? Because you have a Jays ticket, I have a Dodgers ticket. We talked about the scenario. Best case was going to be Toronto stealing game 1 like they did. We were obviously not on the air on Saturday, so we didn't have time to talk about it. We laid out the scenario, though, and then it's kind of close to even money. Did you grab any Dodgers, or are you just holding?
No, not a single cent. No, I had thought about it, but I didn't.
Yeah, it makes sense. I would have thought about it as well. So there you go. World Series game number 3 tonight. See, I lean opposite. I would lean under, but I can't say that I love it right now. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got a lot to go over with the room. Let's find out where the room is at with everything going down tonight.
Where's the room?
It's loud by Paul's, so I'm just going to read the room. I don't know. There were trucks going by. Then it sounded like he had a landscaping group in his place. Like, I didn't know what exactly was happening.
I mean, I would like to hear how loud it is if we can for a split second. I mean, I have no issue with it. I think it adds a little character to the show. Yeah. I mean,
I don't mind it.
It's actually
let's
calmed
see.
down. So it's good
It's
timing
calmed
by
down.
you guys. Yeah.
What was
They
that
must
latest
know.
noise? I was very
It's-
curious what that was.
I don't know if they're pumping a sewer or some landscaping. Some things were going on, I guess. But maybe, you know what? I think they realize it's time for the room. And so they pause to listen to the room.
Oh, they're
So
listening.
I think that's what's going
They're
on.
listening
Yeah.
right now. Yeah. They're in the
Yeah.
truck right now eating lunch.
With a
All right.
microwave. Yes.
The room. So I know they're betting Ohtani again. That's the number one most bet prop for tonight's game. A home run at plus 155. So that's fun.
155.
Yeah, insane.
That's criminal. That's criminal to deal that as a sports book. Criminal.
Wow. They keep betting it. Why not?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
they bet it, so you might as well. You might as well deal it. That's an absurd price. Absurd.
Stupid.
Some other notes just from the baseball real quick. They're betting Vlad home run. They're betting Freeman home run. They're betting Bo Bichette under 1.5 total hits, runs, and RBI at minus 120. And it might be a Scherzer game because they are betting Max Scherzer under 4.5 strikeouts at minus 175.
Jeez. Minus 175 that we land on 0 to 4 strikeouts. Okay. I don't understand that one. Well, Bichette, he's done very little, limited at bats. So, yeah, maybe they're just playing that injury factor that he's not going to do much.
What with this football game? Like, I don't typically get mad at the room, but I'm just kind of mad. But we'll go through them. Spoiler, shocker, they're betting Rashee Rice touchdown after seeing that. So, but as far as the most bet player props at BetMGM for tonight's game between the Commanders and Chiefs, number 5, Marcus Mariota over 28.5 rushing yards.
That's an under.
All right.
This one. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
Tyquan Thornton over 1.5 receiving yards.
That's it.
That
Do you want that sweat tonight? Do you want under 1.5 receiving yards?
No, not really.
It's one catch. That's what they're thinking.
Oh, it's up to 2.5 at BetMGM.
Okay.
Currently.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Massive move. Thank you so much, BetMGM, for
Market
giving me
move.
that yard.
Monday morning market move. Dun-na-na-na-na-na-na.
1.5 to 2.5. Minus 115. Both sides on that. All right. Third most bet prop at BetMGM. If you like that, you'll love this. Brashard Smith over 1.5 receptions made.
All right. Brashard Smith now. The most random. All these
Minus
stars
190.
playing in this game.
Minus
Wow.
190.
Minus 190?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to bet that.
Which means I think we have to go under at plus 140.
Sure.
We'll see his name again. Spoiler. Number 2 most bet prop. Rashee Rice over 5.5 receptions made.
Finally makes sense.
And that one is minus 150. And then the number 1 most bet prop at BetMGM for tonight's Monday Night Football game, Brashard Smith over 15.5 receiving yards.
So 1 and 3 is Brashard Smith props.
And that's minus 140, by the way.
Why are they drinking juice? They're drinking 190 and 140 on Brashard Smith. Why?
Well, because look at his last 4 games. 3, 3, and 5 catches. So at 1.5, he's got to go over. He's gone well over. And the yardage was number 15.5, 27, 32, 21, 42. He's gone over in his last 4 games. That's what we're going to see if you consume social media and sports betting people. Well, he's gone over on the reception. He's gone over from the yards in the last 4 games. The situation has changed. Rice is back. Kelsey is set up to have a good game with this matchup. I don't get it. I wouldn't go with Brashard Smith as my play in multiple props, but that's what they're doing.
Goose egg?
You're looking at Pacheco. Or look at a different back, right?
Yeah. It would be funny if he doesn't play much.
You get plus 105 on under 15.5 yards. If you want to do that, you get plus 140 on under 1.5 catches if you want to do that.
Yeah. Second most popular touchdown. You mentioned Rice. Number 2 is Kelsey. That makes sense. You know he's going to be up there. We'll see. We shall see. All right, good stuff. Thank you, Paul, for the room. Lightning bets coming up next. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets, that's how we wrap the show every single day. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. I'll just say this for me, Joe Ostrowski. I was floored by the reaction that we received after Friday's show and throughout Friday's show. Thank you. It did not go unnoticed. Read every message that I received, whether it was a mention on Twitter, a personal direct message. I was getting Facebook messages like all over the place. Wherever people had my email, one way to contact me, one way or another, I was hearing from people all day. And sometimes you view this as a job, and you just do your job, Belichick, every day. And you don't really think about the people that are listening or how you in one way impact somebody's life. And like people go into great detail about you're part of the routine, part of your life. We're like this in the same way. We're like that in the same way. I was overwhelmed. Thank you so much. And just like Sam put it to the media last week, stay tuned. That's all we can say.
Yeah. Felt the love for sure. It was nice. Yeah. It was nice
stuff. For sure about that. It's the best time of year to be a sports fan. Football, baseball, basketball, and hockey all on the same slate today. To celebrate, they're giving you not one, but 2 parlay boost tokens to enjoy on any sport at BetMGM. No matter the sport you choose, there are countless options waiting for your parlay picks. Place your parlay and make this sports equinox one to remember. Not betting every sport. Are you betting every sport? There are some people that are going to do, hey, it's a sports equinox. You got to do this. Not looking forward to hearing the sports equinox ad nauseum today, but it is pretty cool that whatever you're into, you're going to have it. Like tonight, we don't have 2 Monday night games, which I actually prefer, especially when you have a World Series game number 3 going down. I'll be focused on those 2 as far as NBA, NHL. Yeah, no, I'll be taking a pass on half of the sports.
I want to bet this over in the World Series. I do at 8.5, especially at plus money. BetMGM, you could go over 8.5, even money, essentially. I think that's a decent look. You know what? Let me just do it. Let me just take over and lightning bet the over. I bet the Commanders, but if you followed the show late last week, the number was 12.5, 13. It's hard for me to sit here and say bet 11 because now 24-13 is a tie, and I'm going to win and you're going to push. So I don't want to give out. There's also a 10.5 at one of the books. So I would not be adding the Commanders at plus 11. 11.5, maybe if you could find one. There's a couple out there in the market, but hope you got a good number when we bet it on Friday. So the only lightning bet tonight is the over in the World Series.
You could move it back up to 13 and then do other stuff with it.
No, I don't do that.
Throwing out there as an option for you, Sam. That's available. All right. I don't care that it's one of the most popular plays. We all knew it was going to be one of the most popular plays every Chiefs game. It's going to be a very popular. That's just what it is. Kelsey, anytime touchdown. Going that route. It's not a National Tight End Day because it's actually not National Tight End Day anymore. But you just look at where this offense is, having all of the weapons back, less attention on the veteran tight end. Matchup-wise, they've given up a handful of touchdowns, 4 of them already this season, 2 last week to Ferguson. This is a good spot for Kelsey to be involved, and I could see Mahomes feeding Kelsey in the end zone tonight, especially at home. You do this, the monster spike. Yeah, I'm envisioning it right now as we sit here and talk. I can see that. So I do like Kelsey for an anytime touchdown. Don't have anything on the side or the total. Sam gave you his thoughts on the side. Hopefully you joined him. Keep an eye out on it. You know that public money is going to come in on the Chiefs tonight. Maybe it adjusts back. We start heading into that direction of 12.5 where it was most of the last week or so. But yeah, I'm not doing anything there. I'm really just hoping for a Chiefs win because I have a bunch of survivor spots on the Chiefs. Let's not make this too sweaty. Get me a Kelsey touchdown and I'll feel good. As far as the World Series,
Yeah, I don't have much on the total. You're right. That's a good point. What you were saying last segment about these prices are just in a spot right now that if you don't like the Blue Jays, like for bettors like us, we're going to start looking at the total. We're going to start looking at some props. You're right about that. If I were to do anything, I would look to the under, but I'm not going to make a play there. I was taking a glance at some of the World Series MVP numbers. Muncy did homer the other day, so he's sitting at 20 in a 1-1 series. Teoscar's done nothing, so that number's at 50. Boy, that 100 looked good a couple weeks ago. Now it's like, I don't feel great about it right now. 50-1 so far. And we talked about bets. He has not done much in this series so far. 25-1. But you can't avoid the idea of if you are going to start chasing MVP bets, because you're getting some quote value, Ohtani did homer. You know, he hits another homer. He's probably going to be very difficult to beat, assuming the Dodgers end up winning the series. So not doing anything there. Just wanted to point that out to everyone. Kelsey, anytime touchdown, my play tonight. Brashard Smith. Anybody fading him? Brashard? Paul, you are? Which one
Fade
are you
in
doing?
the receptions? Yes, both. I'm going under the yards, under 15.5 at, I believe, plus 105, and under 1.5 receptions at, is it plus 140? I believe it's plus 140. And I think we have a listener that does this. I'm not going to do it, but it's a pretty thin needle to thread tonight. But I believe we have a listener who has sent us bet slips where it's like he'll fade the two room props or the room props on like the receptions and the yards, but might bet them for a touchdown. That would be an all-time line. One catch, like 7 yards, touchdown. That would be a hell of a night. But
yeah, the guy did it last week with Steelers tight end Washington, right?
Yeah, it was the Darnell Washington a week or two ago. Yeah.
Okay, so that play would be you bet on Smith for a touchdown, under receptions, under yards?
Correct.
Yes.
I believe it was.
So
I plugged it in. I believe it was like
did
14.
He did it last Thursday, I'm pretty sure, where the number one room bet was Washington over on receiving yards. And I think, didn't he go 3-2-1? Like 3 catches, 2 yards, 1 touchdown or something like that? So he went under on yards, but he had a touchdown.
Yeah.
He played 35% of snaps last week. Like, what option is he on this offense right now? Yeah, Smith.
4.
Worthy, Rice, Juju, Hollywood,
Kelsey.
Thornton, Kelsey, 7?
Not Thornton. I don't think he's behind Thornton given the numbers. I mean,
You say
their snap
Pacheco?
count's about the same. I did not say Pacheco. It's up there. It's at least 5, maybe 6, 7 guys that are ahead of him. Oh, I feel like I got to do something here. Which one did you pick, Paul? What'd you say? Yards?
I did both. I
Both.
did the receptions
You did
and the
both.
yards. Yeah.
Okay.
Individually.
Which one's juiced more? The receptions is definitely juiced more. Yeah. You're just sweating that the whole night.
Yep.
That might
Every
be the way
snap.
to go. I might add that. Yeah. I'm not going to mention it as a lightning bet, but I'll add receptions just because of the price that we have there. All right, good. Anybody adding anything else? Paul, you doing anything with baseball?
No, I was happy to see the Dodgers even it up. Just holding a good amount of Dodgers stock. Also have a Chiefs Survivor bet, or Survivor entry. So would like them both to win. That's it though. Yeah, Teoscar, and he doesn't have the best. I mean, it's not a huge sample size. I just checked out his history against Scherzer. It's not like there's a ton there. So, but yeah, at this point, just want the Dodgers to finish it up. I feel a lot better with them splitting in Toronto and heading home as opposed to going down 0-2. Obviously, I guess.
Joe, back to football for 1 second. Do you want to guess what the look-ahead number on this game was? Now, obviously, that's with Jaden Daniels, but when the Westgate put this number up for the first time on October 14th, the Chiefs were favored by how many? What's your guess?
Okay, so
3,
2
2,
weeks
1.
ago.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
7.5.
6.5. Oh.
5.5.
Ooh.
Ooh. 5.5.
So that was the look ahead number on this game. That's why when I saw 13 last week, I'm like, that's just just not right.
Remember, 2 games ago, how high was everybody on the Chiefs? We were talking about the Chiefs, but not to the level that we are right now. And we didn't see Rice yet, and he comes back last week, he has 2 touchdowns. So, yeah, that makes sense. Remember, probably fresher in their mind at that point was 0-2. This team started 0-2. And now they're looking like they might be the best team in football. Right now.
Yep.
You want to be the best team in football at the end of the season. Not so much right now. But we'll see. It's going to be tough. Tough sledding for the Commanders. Hopefully you stay in that one, Sam.
We'll see. Fully expect to lose 24-3. But
yep.
What's done is done, as they say.
The Monday morning press conferences, we talked a little bit about it with Locke and Fora about the trade deadline being 8 days away next Tuesday. And obviously the pass rushers are being talked about a lot with Crosby and Hendrickson. But another name that keeps popping up more and more, Jaguars receiver Brian Thomas Jr. That one is being talked about. And that would make sense, right? It's just not working out. And he was supposed to have a massive season. Liam Cohen this morning says, we have no plans on moving Brian Thomas Jr. at all. I think he'll be going then. That's how it usually happens. Once they do that, then he's going. Now we know.
I have no plans.
I'd rather move the quarterback than move the receiver.
It's going to be tougher to do that. But I think after this year, they will be moving the quarterback. This continues down this path. Cohen gets his guy. Like, I was thinking the same thing with the Bears. Like, everybody's ripping Caleb. Like, yeah, he's going to get his pick if it doesn't work with Caleb, too. All these offensive guys, they got to get their guy. All right, we'll talk about Monday Night Football World Series tomorrow. Make sure you join us 9 a.m. Eastern. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Tip's Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You know what time it is, baby. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Good morning to you. Coming up in our final hour, it is the Aaron Rodgers revenge game in Pittsburgh. We will look back at Sunday Night Football, what happened last night between the Packers and the Steelers. In 20 minutes, we will focus on tonight with the Chiefs back in action, hosting our, and by our, I mean Denton and my Washington Commanders. We'll get to that game. Also, we have our best bets in 40 minutes. And welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you want to do that, it's easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, let's get right to it. And this was a fascinating matchup in the Steel City. It is the Packers who come out on top, downing the Steelers 35-25. Packers laying 3. They were minus 155 on the money line. Total set at 45 and a hook. The over hits. Jordan Love, as we know, 3 years studying under Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Now Aaron, quarterback for the Steelers. Love, quarterback in the Packers. And he was just brilliant last night.
Picked it up inside. Kraft's got it at the 10. Kraft running away to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns.
That is Mike Tirico on NBC Sports. Kraft with 2 touchdowns on the evening, as you heard. He makes 7 catches, 143 yards. Love goes 29 of 37, 360 yards, 3 scores, no picks. At one point between the end of the first half and the beginning of the second half, Love completes 20 consecutive passes. Packers are racing an early 9-point deficit. They win in Pittsburgh for the first time since 1970. The Packers looked awesome.
Oh, yeah, they for sure did. And Jordan Love looked every bit of a quarterback that we expected, you know, ever since we've seen flashes of it over the last few years. Somebody who has pinpoint accuracy and using his weapons to his advantage. Because I don't know if you heard, but last night was National Tight Ends Day, and Tucker Kraft certainly did that. Not only did he make the catches, he was fantastic after the catch. He had over 120 yards after the catch, was unstoppable with his footwork, with his physicality. And speaking of physicality, this is not the physicality that I expected from this Steelers defense this season. This was not supposed to be the weakest link on their team. But right now you're looking at a Steelers defense that's given up 30-plus points in 4 games this year. So as much as people want to make this game about the quarterbacks and Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers, I feel like the biggest takeaway for me is how bad the Steelers defense was.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would have bet the under in this game, and I would have been wrong. Because the Steelers defense didn't step up like it normally does. And isn't that what you expect from Pittsburgh? Isn't that what you expect from a Mike Tomlin coach team? Is